Chapter 1011. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head when faced with the question of the seven-star sword sect inner court disciple before him. No wonder. Senior brother, Huli, is usually in Fekta Hall, and he's now the substitute peak master of our seven-star sword sect Fekta Peak. The inner court disciple said, Fekta Peak, substitute peak master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This was something that he'd never imagined. To be able to become the substitute peak master of Fekta Peak, who Li's current strength is probably at the void initiation stage or above, right? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart and felt that it was slightly unbelievable. He knew of Huli's natural talent. Although it wasn't bad, it was still quite difficult for him to break through to the void initiation stage in these few years. Perhaps Huli has experienced some fortuitous encounters in these few years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived near Fekta Hall, and he could vaguely see many seven-star sword sect inner court disciples standing there and looking towards Fekta Hall from afar. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian approached Fekta Peak, he could vaguely hear a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it was a swift figure that was constantly changing its figure. Senior brother, Huli is really formidable. Nonsense. If he wasn't formidable, how could he be the substitute peak master of our seven-star sword sect Fekta Peak? I heard that, senior brother, Huli's leg was crippled by someone in our seven-star sword sect. There's such a thing. Yeah. That year, senior brother, Huli's leg was crippled by someone in our seven-star sword sect, and it was senior brother Duan Lingtian who personally took revenge for him. I found out about this from some senior brothers and senior sisters. What? Senior brother Duan Lingtian? The figure in the rumors of our seven-star sword sect? He's not even 30 years old, but is already the #1 expert in our seven-star sword sect? The group of seven-star sword sect inner court disciples that stood near Fekta Hall discussed animatedly. Initially, the topic of their discussion was power of Hu, but in the end, it shifted to Duan Lingtian. Their words were filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian. If they knew that the person they were talking about was not far away from them, who knew what they would think? Duan Lingtian naturally paid no attention to the discussion of these seven-star sword sect inner court disciples. His gaze landed on the swift figure outside Fekta Hall. This figure gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had met him before. It was a young man in his early 30s with a determined face. Although many years had passed, Duan Lingtian could still see a familiar outline in his face. With just a glance, he recognized the young man. Power of Hu. Although one of Power of Hu's legs was crippled, his speed was not slower than a healthy person when he used his other leg to move. In fact, it was even faster than a healthy person. Suddenly, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Power of Hu accelerated abruptly as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Power of Hu's entire body tilted as his remaining leg fell down. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he moved. Bang! Bang! Power of Hu's arms that contained skyrocketing origin energy and strands of green energy slammed onto the ground violently, causing 2 ear-piercing loud bangs. In the next moment, Power of Hu borrowed the force of the impact and shot out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow toward the mountain wall at the side. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It was Power of Hu's remaining leg that was shot out like a cannonball. The origin energy that was entwined with purple energy slammed onto the mountain wall violently. For a time, densely packed cracks appeared with the place where his leg landed as the center. The cracks spread in all directions like a giant spider web. In the sky, the surging heaven and earth energy finally converged into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down. 4th level void initiation stage. 4th level elementary wind concept. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene. Although he had guessed that power of whose cultivation might have broken through to the void initiation stage on the way here, he was still surprised. When he really witnessed power of whose cultivation, he still could not help but be surprised. Whoosh! Soon after, power of who returned to Fekta Hall. Although his slightly robust body was only supported by a single leg, it seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian raised his brows and walked towards power of who with large strides. For a time, the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. What's this fellow trying to do? Could it be that this fellow doesn't know that senior brother power of who hates it when people disturb him when he's cultivating? Many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other. They thought that Duan Lingtian was just a hothead who wanted to seek advice from power of who. A mocking expression appeared on their faces at the same time. It was as if they could already see the scene of him being reprimanded by power of who. However, the mocking expression on their faces quickly vanished and was replaced by disbelief. They saw it clearly. When power of who in the distance saw this inner court disciple, he actually had an excited expression. Soon after, power of who nodded without any reason. After glancing at the direction they were at, he walked into Fekta Hall with the inner court disciple and disappeared before their eyes. Who's that person? I wonder. There's such a person among our 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples? Senior brother power of who seemed to be very excited when he saw him. Could it be that he's some relative of senior brother power of who? It's possible. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples could not help but guess. 2 figures had just entered Fekta Hall. Duan Lingtian, long time no see. Power of who immediately gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. His face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian returned the bear hug with a bright smile on his face. Yes, we haven't seen each other for many years. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, your name has already spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, it should be said that it has spread throughout the entire Dark Han dynasty. Power of who said with a smile. It was obvious that he knew that Duan Lingtian had won first place in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition and became the strongest person among the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I originally thought that I'd be able to catch up to you after cultivating wholeheartedly at home all these years. In the end, I realized that I can't compare to you at all. Everything you do can be said to be earth-shattering. Power of whose side? In the past, he'd always taken Duan Lingtian as his goal, and he'd cultivated bitterly to obtain his current accomplishments. But who would have thought that when he thought he could catch up to Duan Lingtian, shocking news had spread to Clarity City, spread to the Hu clan, and spread to his ears. Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to suppress the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect and take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. After that, he'd even assisted the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, MOU, to rebuild the 7-star sword sect. All those years ago, when I found out about the news of the 7-star sword sect being annihilated, I'd inquired about you many times, but I didn't find anything. But I never imagined that you'd give me such a great surprise without anyone noticing. Power of who sighed with emotion. After I found out that you'd annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect, I returned to the sect with the hope that I could do something for the sect within my ability. But unfortunately, you'd already left when I returned. As he finished speaking, Power of who laughed heartily. But it's not too late for you to return now. Today, I'll have to get drunk with you. There's no hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I returned to the 7-star sword sect, mainly to look for you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Power of who's severed leg. To look for me? Power of who was stunned. How did you know I was here? Could it be that you went to Clarity City? Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I went to your Hu clan and found out that you'd returned to the 7-star sword sect. So I directly rushed over. This time, I only came to look for you, and I didn't intend to alarm anyone else. No wonder you didn't allow me to call out your name in public earlier. Power of Hu came to a sudden understanding. Power of Hu, take this. With a raise of his hand, a medicinal herb that flickered with a green light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he casually plucked a piece and passed it to Power of Hu. It was Power of Hu's first time seeing a green herb that glowed. He could not help but stare at it in shock. Although he did not recognize what it was, his intuition told him that it was not an ordinary herb. This is a medicinal herb that can regrow your severed leg. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but when his words entered Power of Hu's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. This blade of grass can help me regrow my legs? Power of Hu's face was filled with shock. Although he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Give it a try. First, remove the scar on your leg and consume this immortal spirit herb. Then you'll know that I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian naturally saw the disbelief on Power of Hu's face, so he continued to speak. Power of Hu took a deep breath and suppressed his inexplicable excitement. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy that was intertwined with green energy transformed into a saber and directly cut off the scar on his severed leg. Humph! At the same time that fresh blood spurted out, Power of Hu, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, groaned in pain. Then he stuffed the herb that flickered with a green light into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. A moment later, wisps of green light appeared on Power of Hu's body for no reason. The green light twined around his body as if it had a life of its own. Immediately after, the green light on his body began to converge on his severed leg, completely condensing at the wound on his severed leg. How does it feel? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked. It's a little itchy. As the green light converged at the wound on his severed leg, Power of Hu felt the pain gradually disappear. However, he felt waves of numbness and itchiness coming from the wound on his leg. Chapter 10:12. Although Duan Lingtian knew about the heaven-defying effects of the immortal spirit herb, he only knew about it from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen the real immortal spirit herb, let alone its heaven-defying effects. His knowledge was limited to the legends. Chi, chi, chi. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that at the spot where the green light gathered on Power of Hu's broken leg, bones, flesh, and skin were rapidly growing. Under the green light, the bones, flesh, and skin that appeared out of thin air were no different from Power of Hu's original body. This Power of Hu was stunned, completely stunned. Heavens! His leg was actually growing. His legs were not saplings or saplings. They were the flesh, bones, and skin of a living person, and they were growing rapidly before his eyes. First, his thigh grew out, then his knee. Behind his knee was his calf. After his calf had completely grown out, the green light dimmed slightly, and the speed of his foot's growth slowed down. Power of Hu could not help but hold his breath when he saw this. He was really worried that the green light would disappear. At this moment, he could vaguely sense that the green light that gathered on his broken leg was the immortal spirit herb's effect. Once it disappeared, his broken leg would stop growing. This is amazing. In less than half an hour, Duan Lingtian witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle of regrowing a broken leg. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he saw Power of Hu's foot growing out. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even the royal grade resurrection pill that he refined when he was still in his prime has limitations, even though it's said to be able to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. First of all, The royal grade resurrection pill is for those who are pretending to be dead. It's impossible for the royal grade resurrection pill to revive a person who has no vitality at all. Secondly, the regrow flesh and bones is for those who are missing a piece of flesh or skin due to an injury. If it's a broken leg like Power of Who's, it's difficult to regrow it. Although the royal grade resurrection pill was the best healing pill on Cloud Continent in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it did not have the effect of regrowing a broken bone. However, the immortal spirit pill could regrow a broken bone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian witnessed all of this with his own eyes. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had many regrets after experiencing 2 reincarnations. Not being able to see the legendary immortal spirit herb was one of his regrets. Not being able to experience the effects of the legendary immortal spirit grass is one of his biggest regrets. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew the reincarnation Emperor Wu's regrets like the back of his hand. Chi, chi, chi. Wherever the green light passed, the broken bone would regrow flesh and skin. Soon after, Power of Whose foot had completely regrown. At the same time, the crisp sound stopped abruptly, and the green light disappeared as well. Power of Whose new leg was perfectly symmetrical with his other leg. There was no disharmony at all. Naturally, the only flaw was that Power of Whose new leg was too fair. Instead of saying it was fair, it was more appropriate to say it was delicate. The skin on the outside was as fair and smooth as a baby's skin. Power of Who, the skin on your leg is even fairer than those little girls' legs. Duan Lingtian laughed and teased. Power of Whose face turned red when he heard this, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Power of Who stomped on the ground and flew across the Tianji Palace at lightning speed. Sometimes he would turn left, sometimes he would turn right. His speed was as fast as lightning. After experimenting for a while, Power of Who discovered something. Compared to the leg that he usually trained, his new leg was even better in terms of strength and explosive power. I, Power of Who, am no longer a cripple. I, Power of Who, am no longer a cripple. Power of Who laughed heartily after he came to a sudden stop. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with tears of joy. All these years he had been living with determination. In order to surpass Duan Lingtian, he had set an extremely harsh goal for himself. On the surface, he didn't seem to care much about the fact that he had lost a leg. However, how could he not care about it in his heart? If he could, who would be willing to be a crippled person who had lost a leg? Power of Whose frustration over the years had accumulated to its limit. Now that he had vented it out, it could not be contained. It took him a long time to calm down. Seeing Power of Whose new leg, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He was happy for Power of Who. Finally, after laughing for a while, Power of Who suppressed the excitement in his heart. Duan Lingtian, thank you. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and thanked him earnestly. His tone was filled with sincerity. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, he would have been a cripple for the rest of his life. However, Duan Lingtian had turned him back into a normal person. This made him feel emotional from the bottom of his heart. From today onward, he would no longer have to face the strange gazes of others. He, Power of Who, had stood up with dignity. There's no need for thanks between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but sigh. It's a pity for Sherlan. Although the immortal spirit herb in my hand is magical, it can't save Sherlan's life. That year, it's my fault for cooperating with Sherlan to plead mercy for Xiao Fei. Otherwise, Sherlan wouldn't have died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a beautiful figure appeared in Power of Whose mind. Unknowingly, tears welled up in his eyes. He was slightly moved. If he had supported Duan Lingtian to kill Xiao Fei back then, the things that happened later might not have happened. Shirlan would not have died, and his leg would not have been crippled. All these years, every time he looked at his broken leg, he only had one thought. He had only himself to blame for this. It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. Moreover, who would have thought that Xiao Fei would be so ungrateful and harm both of you who saved his life? Duan Lingtian comforted him. Power of Hu nodded. After a while, his emotions gradually stabilized. Duan Lingtian, you're really not going to see the sect leader? The sect leader has always talked about you. After Power of Hu's emotions calmed down, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. The sect leader he spoke of was the current sect leader of the 7-star sword sect MOU. The outer court disciple who acted as a coachman and had a low status in the 7-star sword sect had unknowingly risen to become the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. There's no need. I'll come back if I have time in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Fekta Hall after bidding farewell to Power of Hu. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Power of Hu, who followed Duan Lingtian out of Fekta Hall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish into thin air before his eyes. Exactly how strong is Duan Lingtian's current strength? Power of Hu gasped, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Being able to meet a monstrous martial artist like Duan Lingtian in this lifetime of mine, it can be said that my life wasn't in vain. Unknowingly, the astonishment and power of Hu's eyes faded away and was replaced by a flickering bright light. A faint smile faintly appeared on his face. After leaving Fekta Hall, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to go look for Feng Tianwu. Since I'm already here, I'll go look for Peak Master Qinxiang and ask her which power Kerr and Lil Fei are in the foreign lands. Two beautiful figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. They were his two fiancés, Kerr and Li Fei. That year, Kerr and Li Fei followed Qinxiang and headed to the power in the foreign lands that Qinxiang's sister was in to celebrate her birthday. Since then, Kerr and Li Fei had stayed in the power in the foreign lands and hadn't returned until now. It was naturally impossible for him to not miss those two little girls. Peak Master Qinxiang. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly head to Alcade Hall and look for Qinxiang. Qinxiang just happened to be drinking tea before the pavilion in Alcade Hall, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the unexpected guest before her. Yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the appearance of the person that had arrived clearly. But her eyes were filled with slight astonishment. Looks like your strength has improved greatly during this trip to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Qinxiang looked seriously at Duan Lingtian as she sighed with emotion. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he went straight to the point. Peak Master Qinxiang, I know what you want to ask. Qinxiang said frankly, you want to ask me which power in the foreign lands Kerr and Li Fei are in, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you. Even though I've been to the power in the foreign lands that my sister is in, I don't know exactly what power it is. Qinxiang laughed bitterly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that Qinxiang would answer him like this. He felt even more disbelief. Didn't Qinxiang go to that power in the foreign lands? How could she possibly not know exactly what power that power in the foreign lands was? I indeed don't know exactly what power that power is. The only thing I know is that power stands on a snow peak, and the snow peak is basically filled with white-clothed female disciples, said Qinxiang. A female sect? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked curiously. Not all of them. Apart from the snow-capped peak, there's also a towering volcano in that faction. When I went to celebrate my sister's birthday that day, people came from that volcano as well, and it was a group of male martial artists in fiery red robes. The volcano and snow peak seemed to belong to the same power, said Qinxiang. Snow peak? Volcano. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and at the same time he searched through the memories of Emperor Wu. yet he came up empty-handed in the end. Chapter 1013. The second lifetime of Reincarnation Emperor Wu was already 10,000 years ago. According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there seem to only be two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that can be passed down for 10,000 years. At the same time that Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but think in his heart. In the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, the gap between his first lifetime and second lifetime was similarly 10,000 years. The world had changed in 10,000 years. During his second lifetime, only the 2 great ancient clans remained from his first lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, among the numerous forces on Cloud Continent that were passed down from his first lifetime. The other forces that he knew of during his first lifetime had practically been reduced to the dust of history during his second lifetime and ceased to exist. Even if they still existed, they had already completely declined and were struggling at death's door. So, the force that Kerr and Little Fei are in should be a force that appeared after reincarnation. Emperor Wu reincarnated through the 3 lives rebirth technique in his second lifetime. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be 100% sure of now. Although Qin Xiang didn't know the exact name of the foreign lands force that Kerr and Li Fei were in, Duan Lingtian still obtained important clues from her. Snow peaks and volcanoes. There shouldn't be many forces in the foreign lands that coexisted with these 2 forces. In the future, when I go to the foreign lands again, I can use this clue to inquire about it properly. As long as that force isn't a mediocre force, I should be able to inquire about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to see his fiancée Kerr and Little Fei again soon, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile on his face. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiang, Duan Lingtian left Arcade Hall hastily and went to meet up with Feng Tianwu. After meeting up with Feng Tianwu, he still had to find Xiong Quan and help him repair his dantian. Just as Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were meeting up, a few uninvited guests had arrived at the 5 Elements sect's residence in the eastern region of the northern desert far away in the foreign lands. 5 Elements sect. Hand over Duan Lingtian. A loud and clear voice, like a clap of thunder, shook the clouds in the sky and clearly transmitted into the 5 peaks of the 5 Elements sect's encampment. For a time, the upper echelons and disciples in the 5 peaks of the 5 Elements sect felt as though they were facing a great enemy. Who are you? He wants our 5 Elements sect to hand over Senior Brother Lingtian. The person who came should be from the second-rate force, Izumo sect. Senior Martial Brother Duan Lingtian has killed 2 of the most outstanding youths in Izumo sect. Sure enough, Izumo sect can't hold back anymore and is coming to our 5 Elements sect for trouble. Soon, many of the 5 Elements sect's upper echelons and disciples guessed the identity of the person who had arrived. As it turned out, they were right. Whoosh! 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 Soon after, silhouettes shot up into the sky from the 5 peaks of the 5 Elements sect. They were the upper echelons of the 5 Elements sect, led by 3 people. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the sky and confronted the person who had just arrived. There were a total of 4 people who had arrived. The person in the lead was a sturdy old man with an awe-inspiring aura. He merely stood there quietly. The profound aura that seemed to be able to merge with heaven and earth caused the 5 Elements sect's upper echelons to turn solemn. All they could feel was an invisible pressure that extended from the old man's body and shrouded their bodies. It was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. A martial monarch powerhouse. At this moment, the 5 Elements sect's upper echelons looked at the sturdy old man. They could not help but feel a jolt in their hearts. In their opinion, unless it was a powerhouse at the martial monarch stage or above, even a powerhouse at the peak of the void who had comprehended 3 or 4 ninth level void transformation concepts would not be able to give them such a feeling. Tong Shan. They immediately guessed the identity of the sturdy old man. He was the only martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, Tongshan. As the upper echelons of the Five Element sect, a third-rate force in the northern desert, they had a certain understanding of the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert, including Izumo sect and the martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect. Among the Five Element sect's upper echelons, the three people in the lead were Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Yu Fong, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak. Are you Senior Tongshan from Izumo sect? Tian Gu looked at the sturdy old man and bowed politely as he asked, You're pretty good to be able to recognize my identity. However, you're not the sect leader of Five Element sect, right? Tongshan asked as he glanced at Tian Gu nonchalantly. I'm Tian Gu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak in Five Element sect. Tian Gu smiled in response. Humph, in your Five Element sect, other than your sect leader, nobody else is qualified to talk to me. Ask your sect leader to come out and hand over Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your Five Element sect today. Tongshan snorted coldly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with coldness. He was not courteous at all. Since all of you know who I am, it's only natural that you know how powerful I am. You should know that I have the ability to do so. Senior, you do indeed have the ability to do so. Faced with Tongshan's threat, Tian Gu nodded his head seriously. However, there was no trace of fear on his face at all. It seemed as though he was not afraid at all. Since you know how powerful I am, why don't you go and ask your sect leader to come out? Upon hearing Tian Gu's words, Tongshan thought that he had compromised. Disdain was written all over his face. Senior Tongshan, I'm really sorry. No matter if it's our sect leader or our Peak Master of Wood Peak, both of them are not in the Five Element sect recently. Tian Gu spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His words were filled with certainty. Then hand over Duan Lingtian. Killing intent shot out of Tongshan's eyes. When he mentioned Duan Lingtian, the aura of a martial monarch powerhouse from his body swept out again, causing the Five Element sect senior officials to have a change of expression. I'll give all of you 30 breaths of time. After 30 breaths of time, if all of you don't hand over Duan Lingtian, the Five Element sect will cease to exist. Tongshan's voice was calm, but it was filled with a thick, killing intent. At the same time, his eyes were filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Senior Tongshan, I'm afraid you still don't know, right? Back when we were still in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian had already announced that he was leaving our Five Element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our Five Element sect. Under such circumstances, you still want to target our Five Element sect? Don't tell me that your Izumo sect is not afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the northern desert? Tian Gu said nonchalantly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ridicule and mockery could be heard in his tone. You don't have to worry about that. I'll say it again. Either you hand over Duan Lingtian or the Five Element sect will be annihilated. Tongshan's voice turned colder when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior Tongshan, I've already said that Duan Lingtian has already left our Five Element sect. He's no longer a disciple of our Five Element sect. Even we don't know where he went. Tian Gu said again. Do you think I'll believe you? Tongshan sneered. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, Senior Tongshan. That's the truth. Also, the reason our sect leader and Wood Peak's Peak Master aren't in the sect is because they're busy cultivating and making a breakthrough. However, before they left, they've already said that if anyone from Izumo sect dares to touch even a strand of hair from our Five Element sect while they're away, they'll definitely pay a visit to Izumo sect after they've made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Tian Gu grinned and said unhurriedly, A threat. A blatant threat. Currently, Tian Gu was threatening Tongshan. It caused Tong Shan's face to turn completely grave. Martial monarch stage. One had to admit that Tiangu's words had a certain deterrent effect. It was not just the people Tong Shan brought with him. Even Tong Shan himself could not help but have a change of expression when he heard Tiangu's threat. Martial monarch stage? Do you think it's so easy to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage? Tong Shan could not help but sneer when he heard Tiangu's words. Among the people present on the scene, only he had the right to speak about this. This was because he himself was a powerhouse who had made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Our sect leader has already comprehended the 9th level advance wind concept and 9th level advance thunder concept. With the help of the wind profundity fragment and thunder profundity fragment, it's not difficult for him to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Tiangu did not care about Tong Shan's sneer. As for our peak master of Wood Peak, he has comprehended the 9th level advance water concept and 9th level advance water concept. Since he has comprehended 2 9th level void transformation concepts that are completely opposite to each other, it's only a matter of time before he makes a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It had to be said that Tiangu's words finally caused Tong Shan's expression to change. Even the 3 people behind Tong Shan had a change of expression on their faces as well. The 5 Elements sect had obtained 2 profundity fragments. Moreover, it seemed like the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect had taken them away to cultivate. It was obvious that he was hiding somewhere to comprehend the profundity so that he could make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. Moreover, the peak master of Wood Peak of the 5 Elements sect had actually comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept of water and fire. It was not difficult for a powerhouse at the peak of the void to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. It was only a matter of time. In other words, in the near future, the 5 Elements sect would have 2 more martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, even if the 2 of them were no match for Tong Shan, it would be as easy as cutting grass for them to kill the other people from Izumo sect. Tong Shan's face turned green and pale. Only other martial monarch powerhouses could make a martial monarch powerhouse like him react in such a manner. Let's go! Tong Shan called out to the 3 people behind him and turned around to leave. It had to be said that Tong Shan did not dare to do anything to the 5 Elements sect after he found out about their trump card. Unless he could find the sect leader of 5 Elements sect and the peak master of Wood Peak and kill them before they made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, he did not dare to take the risk. Senior Tong Shan, I know where Duan Lingtian is. Chapter 1014. Tong Shan raised his eyebrows and turned his head around. His gaze swept across the 5 Elements sect's upper echelons one by one, as though he was trying to find out who had warned him via voice transmission earlier. When they saw Tong Shan's sharp gaze sweeping towards them, the faces of the 5 Elements sect's upper echelons, including Tiangu and Yu Fong, turned solemn. Only Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, remained calm. His eyes were filled with coldness. Senior Tong Shan, after Duan Lingtian left the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he didn't return to our 5 Elements sect. He must have returned to his hometown, the Dark Han dynasty. The one who sent the voice transmission to Tong Shan was none other than Cha Bai. At this moment, Cha Bai continued to speak to Tong Shan through voice transmission. As for the location of the Dark Han dynasty, Senior, you can go to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert and ask around. I think Blade sect will give you a satisfactory answer. Cha Bai finished his sentence in one breath. Tong Shan gave Cha Bai a deep look that was hard to notice. You're not bad at all. If the Duan Lingtian is killed in the future, I, Tong Shan, will owe you a favor. Upon hearing this, Cha Bai's eyes lit up immediately. Had a martial emperor promised him a favor? For a time his heart was filled with excitement and joy, and the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian from the death of his personal disciple seemed to have been completely thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. If he wasn't worried that the other higher-ups of the Five Elements sect would notice the clues, he would have long since been unable to restrain himself from cheering excitedly. "Thank you, Senior." Cha Bai secretly took a deep breath. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression on his face as he sent a voice transmission to Tong Shan to express his gratitude. Tong Shan glanced at the Five Element sect's upper echelons coldly again before he left with the other three and disappeared before the Five Element sect's upper echelons. Whoosh! 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 When the Five Element sect's higher-ups saw that Tong Shan had left with his men, their tensed minds relaxed, and they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected of a martial emperor, just the aura that you're exuding is so oppressive that I can't breathe. Tian Gu sighed. That's right. Martial emperors are too powerful. I wonder if I'll have the chance to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime, Yufeng muttered to herself with a face full of anticipation. I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the martial monarch stage in my lifetime. When the sect leader and peak Master Chi return, our Five Elements sect will have two martial monarch powerhouses. At that time, our Five Elements sect will become the fourth second-rate force in the northern desert. Nobody knew who said this, but it immediately lit up the eyes of all the senior officials of the Five Elements sect other than Chabai. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian, this time you will die without a doubt. Chabai's eyes shone with a cold gleam. A sinister smile appeared on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Azumo sect. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what had happened in the Five Elements sect. He also did not know that under Cha Bai's guidance, Tong Shan had already made his way to the Blade sect in the southern of the northern desert to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dark Han dynasty. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had just left the Seven-Star Sword sect and met up with a fiery red silhouette that was hidden in the sky above the Seven-Star Sword sect. Elder brother Duan, have you found him? The owner of the fiery red silhouette was a red-clad lady with a graceful figure and a face that could topple a nation. Every frown and smile of hers seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. At this moment, he was still thinking about the foreign lands force that his two fiancées were in. Snow Peak. Volcano. This was the only clue that he had at the moment. Tianwu, let's go. Let's go look for Xiongquan. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian called out to the lady and took the lead to fly out. Feng Tianwu's figure that was like a fire elf followed closely behind like a shadow. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed like lightning. However, before he could speed up, he could not help but frown. He looked at the sky behind the clouds in the distance, as though he had noticed something. There's someone over there. Soon after, Feng Tianwu also heard the sound of wind whistling that was rapidly flying towards him. Someone was flying in the sky, and his target was the Seven-Star Sword sect that was behind them. Whoosh! Soon after, the clouds in front of them dispersed, and a figure that was as fast as lightning appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. The figure that was as fast as lightning suddenly came to a halt when he was not far away from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Ah! When the person's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, his scarlet eyes flashed. Subsequently, he stretched out his hands and hugged his head as he screamed in pain. How's this possible? When the figure before them stopped, Duan Lingtian stopped as well. His face was covered in disbelief as he looked at the figure that was completely enveloped in strands of black mist. No matter what, he never imagined that he would be able to see this person here. Elder brother Duan, you know him? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who followed Duan Lingtian to stop, just happened to see the astonishment and disbelief on Duan Lingtian's face, and she could not help but ask curiously. However, Duan Lingtian did not answer her. His gaze stared straight at the figure that was enveloped in black mist. It was an old man with scarlet eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing could not help but become hurried. The scene before his eyes gave him too great of a shock. Shouldn't he be fending for himself in that inscription formation? Wasn't his dantian destroyed by me? And his 4 limbs, they should have been crippled by me as well. Correct. Numerous questions arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. The person that appeared before him was none other than Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was one of the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect in the past, and he was called Elder Ming. All those years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, he betrayed the 7-star sword sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect to become a guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian even more. Yet he was instead tricked by Duan Lingtian into entering an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire and was trapped within it. After the dynasty martial competition ended, Duan Lingtian's strength increased greatly and far surpassed Zhao Ming. After he entered the inscription formation once more and killed the other elder of the Azure Forest Trisect, he crippled Zhao Ming's dantian and crippled Zhao Ming's 4 limbs. At that time, when he left the inscription formation, he thought that Zhao Ming would spend the rest of his life in terror that was worse than death. But never had he imagined that he would encounter Zhao Ming here today. Moreover, the current Zhao Ming seemed to be completely different from before. Zhao Ming gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Isn't this Zhao Ming supposed to be a cripple? How could he possibly appear here? Moreover, he seems to possess a formidable strength. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly, and his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Zhao Ming's cultivation. However, he quickly noticed, when his spiritual force approached the black mist that suffused the surface of Zhao Ming's body, it seemed as if it had entered into a ball of cotton and completely vanished, and he was utterly unable to detect Zhao Ming's cultivation. With my current spiritual force, I'm even able to detect the cultivation of a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist. However, I can't detect Zhao Ming's cultivation with my spiritual power. Duan Lingtian's expression became even more unsightly. At the same time, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that he isn't Zhao Ming? Instead, it's a person that looks exactly like Zhao Ming? In next to no time, a fluke thought suddenly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. But this thought had only just arisen when it was mercilessly crushed by the old man that stood nearby. Duan Lingtian. I remember now. You're Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian. The scarlet-red eyes of the old man in the distance that were originally dim instantly had a bit of brilliance, and it seemed as if it was filled with life. After that, he stared at Duan Lingtian and gnashed his teeth as he roared, "It's really Zhao Ming." Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw the savage and hatred revealed on the old man's face, and his expression completely sank. "Ha! Duan Lingtian, I've finally found you. Today, not only will I kill you, I'll even annihilate the 7-star sword sect that you rebuilt." Presently, Zhao Ming had recovered his senses from his initial daze, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed wildly, and his laughter was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. "Zhao Ming, I never expected that you're still alive." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke in a low voice. "You naturally want me to die, but unfortunately, you weren't able to kill me. You didn't kill me that day, but I'll kill you today. Remember this properly on the road to hell. If you don't pull out the roots, it'll grow again when the spring breeze blows." As Zhao Ming finished speaking, he actually started to educate Duan Lingtian. "I was able to cripple you that day, and I can kill you today as well." Duan Lingtian spoke coldly. He was extremely confident towards his current strength. Although he was unable to see through how strong Zhao Ming's current cultivation was, as far as he was concerned, it ought to be impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. After all, when Zhao Ming's dantian and limbs were crippled by him, Zhao Ming was only a void initiation stage martial artist. Now, only a little over a year had passed since he crippled Zhao Ming that day. As far as he was concerned, in merely a little over a year, even if Zhao Ming had a fortuitous encounter, it was still impossible for Zhao Ming to defeat him. Is that so? Zhao Ming laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His laughter was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian, I won't be in a hurry to kill you today. I'll let you have a good taste of despair, just like what you did to me last time. Amidst his laughter, the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, when the black fog around Zhao Ming's body fluctuated, the airflow in the air was compressed, setting off waves of thunderous air explosions that shook the hearts of people. What a powerful strength! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, who stood by his side, also changed slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Zhao Ming's head stirred and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes one after another, and the number continued to increase. 100, 200, 300, 1,000. It was still increasing. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 10:15. Duan Lingtian could not help but be horrified when he saw the scene before his eyes. Even with the help of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and his full strength, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. However, Zhao Ming had not even used his spirit weapon yet, and he had already displayed such a powerful strength. His strength is still increasing. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but narrow. Heavens! What did he just see? The heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhao Ming's head, the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes, was still increasing. It was as though there was no end to it. 4,000 heads, 5,000, 6,000 heads. In the end, Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he was numb. He was dumbstruck as he stared at the over 7,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes that were no longer increasing. Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a completely different expression on her face. A martial monarch powerhouse. In Feng Tianwu's opinion, a person who could mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather such a heaven and earth phenomenon could only be a powerhouse at the martial monarch stage or above. Even a peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would not be able to trigger such an exaggerated heaven and earth phenomenon without using his spirit weapon. Those who could be called a peak void powerhouse were all 9th level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended more than 2 types of 9th level void transformation concepts. A 9th level void transformation martial artist's full strength was equivalent to the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. A 9th level void transformation concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, a peak void powerhouse who had comprehended 5 types of 9th level void transformation concepts would only have the strength of 6,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes when he unleashed his full strength without using his spirit weapon. Such strength was not even worth mentioning when compared to the old man before him. This Zhao Ming, what did he go through? How could he possess such a powerful strength? After being extremely shocked, Duan Lingtian completely regained his senses. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Zhao Ming again. He did not expect Zhao Ming's current strength to be so powerful. After a year, the strength that Zhao Ming possessed was already comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. It was far from what he could compare to now. The strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. What did that mean? Even if he used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and unleashed his strength would not even be half of Zhao Ming's strength. Zhao Ming could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Duan Lingtian, didn't you say that since you were able to cripple me back then, you can still kill me today? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The change in Duan Lingtian's expression had been observed by Zhao Ming from beginning to end. When he saw the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, a sinister and complacent smile appeared on his face. Zhao Ming, it looks like you've had quite a fortuitous encounter. In just a short span of a year or so, you actually possess such formidable strength. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said to Zhao Ming with a solemn expression, "What, are you afraid?" Zhao Ming smiled a sinister smile. This feeling of having everything in his hands made him feel as if the blood in his body was boiling. Scared? You? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're still so stubborn even when you're at death's door. Today, I will return everything that you gave me last time to you in full detail. However, after I cripple your dantian and limbs, I will personally watch you struggle on your deathbed for 3 days and 3 nights before I kill you. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. His face was filled with coldness, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious gleam. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not take his life back then and allowed him to recover and possess such a powerful strength was undoubtedly a living example of this. Therefore, he would not repeat Duan Lingtian's mistake. However, until now, he still could not recall what he had experienced. In his memory, after Duan Lingtian crippled his dantian and limbs and left, he fainted. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself in a mountain range. Moreover, he possessed a strength that was equivalent to the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons. His new strength was a few hundred times stronger than his previous strength. My current strength is comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. Although Zhao Ming was only a member of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he still had a certain level of understanding towards martial monarch stage powerhouses. It was precisely because of this that he knew. His current strength was comparable to a martial monarch stage powerhouse. After crippling my dantian and limbs, you'll personally watch me struggle for 3 days and 3 nights before killing me. Needless to say, Zhao Ming's extremely vicious words caused coldness to arise from the bottom of Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, it was just as Zhao Ming had said. He regretted not removing the roots that day. At that time, because he hated Zhao Ming to the extreme, he joined forces with the members of the Azure Forest Trisect to kill the 7-star sword sect's Elder Xian and the former sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, after Zhao Ming betrayed the 7-star sword sect. Therefore, he did not directly kill Zhao Ming. He wanted Zhao Ming to live a life worse than death for the rest of his life, so as to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Never had he imagined that after a year, not only had Zhao Ming's crippled dantian and limbs recovered, he even possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that there's still something that I haven't noticed within the inscription formation in the Dark Stone Empire? Now, Duan Lingtian only thought that Zhao Ming's fortuitous encounter was within the inscription formation. Otherwise, he couldn't think of what fortuitous encounter Zhao Ming could have. With Zhao Ming's state at that time, it was impossible for his fortuitous encounter to be outside the inscription formation, unless someone entered the inscription formation to save him and gave him such a fortuitous encounter. But if one wanted to help him repair his dantian, one would either need an immortal spirit herb or a healing medicinal pill at the level of the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill. Duan Lingtian felt that all of this was unrealistic. 10,000 years ago, even though the Samsara Emperor Wu leaked out some quasi-royal grade resurrection pills and royal grade resurrection pills, but they all flowed into the hands of a few formidable powers on Cloud Continent. After 10,000 years, I'm afraid they've been used up long ago. Even if they haven't been used up, it's impossible for them to appear in the Dark Han dynasty, let alone the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Moreover, even if someone really saved Zhao Ming, it's impossible for that person to bestow him with such terrifying strength. In just over a year's time, Zhao Ming transformed from a void initiation stage martial artist whose strength was only comparable to a dozen ancient horned dragons to a powerhouse who possessed the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons and was comparable to a martial monarch. Even Emperor Wu might not have such a method. One had to admit that Zhao Ming's improvement had shocked Duan Lingtian. No matter how he searched through the Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, he couldn't find any method that could allow a person to possess such powerful strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, Zhao Ming's strength was very strange. The black energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body doesn't seem to be origin energy nor concept. What energy is that? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Zhao Ming. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as though he recalled something. The energy surrounding Zhao Ming's body seems to be similar to the energy that appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. At that time, before he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet and killed the 6 elders of the Skywolf Fort in one fell swoop, the black energy that wasn't origin energy or concept had appeared on the Devil Seal tablet. That black energy fused into his body and soul, causing him to lose consciousness, but at the same time, it also gave him extremely powerful strength. At that time, he was only a void interpretation stage martial artist. However, after he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet, he managed to kill 6 void transformation stage elders of the Skywolf Fort. Could it be that Zhao Ming was devilified as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed again as he guessed inwardly. However, since he was devilified, why didn't he lose his mind? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. Boom! At this moment, a wave of scorching aura surged towards him, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change instantly. When he turned his head around, he immediately saw a vast flame rising from Feng Tianwu's body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura that covered the entire sky. Whoosh! Above Feng Tianwu's head, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before it turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to communicate and cast the first-level monarch stage fire profundity all of a sudden. At this moment, he could clearly feel it. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was about to explode. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. Whoosh! After the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon was still changing. Soon after, another 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Second-level monarch stage, fire profundity. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. At this moment, he could feel the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body becoming even more restless. He did not have time to think. He hurriedly used his voice transmission to pierce into Feng Tianwu's ears. Tianwu, quickly retract your fire profundity. I have a way to deal with this, Zhao Ming. Really, I have a way. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with panic. In the past, he only knew that Feng Tianwu could cast the first-level monarch stage fire profundity. He did not know that Feng Tianwu could cast the second-level monarch stage fire profundity. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Tianwu continued, she might be able to cast the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th-level monarch stage fire profundity. However, if Tianwu did that, she would definitely die. In fact, before she could even unleash the monarch stage fire profundity, the energy that originated from the fire spirit body in her body would have already caused her to explode. After Feng, Tianwu witnessed the strength that Zhao Ming had displayed and heard the irreconcilable hatred between Zhao Ming and Duan Lingtian from their conversation. She had a plan in her heart. Even if she had to risk her life, she would still kill Zhao Ming and save her elder brother Duan from danger. She would do anything, including her life, for her elder brother Duan. Really? Chapter 1016. She thought Duan Lingtian only said that to comfort her. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. He did not dare to hesitate. He knew, as long as he denied it, this silly girl would definitely disregard her own life and raise the level of the fire profundity she cast to fight Zhao Ming with all her might. After taking a serious look at Duan Lingtian, she could tell the Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying to her. The flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body gradually disappeared into the air. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face turned pale. Barf! Subsequently, the energy that originated from the fire spirit body in her body began to stir, causing her internal organs to tremble. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Silly girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart ached for no reason, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Humph! I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't expect you to turn pale and spit out blood after merely casting the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Zhao Ming, who had a solemn expression when he saw Feng Tianwu drawing the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, could not help but snort coldly when he saw this scene. A mocking smile crept up on his face. He could see it. The reason Feng Tianwu was able to cast such a powerful force must be because she had cast a secret technique that risked her life. Otherwise, she would not have been injured by his own strength. Since you're willing to risk your life for this Duan Lingtian, I presume you must be in love with him. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today and let you and him be a pair of dying ducks. Zhao Ming spoke slowly. His words were filled with cold killing intent. As soon as his words left his mouth, the wisps of black mist around his body began to move abruptly, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! 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 The movement of the black mist caused the airflow in the air to be compressed, setting off a series of thunderous air explosions. At the same time, a gust of black energy appeared out of thin air in Zhao Ming's hand. It completely condensed together and emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy everything. Then he looked at Feng Tianwu, his eyes filled with killing intent. As soon as Zhao Ming's voice fell, Duan Lingtian's face had already turned grave. A talisman silently appeared in his hand. It was one of the 3 talismans that cheapskate father of his had left him. He'd used one of the 3 talismans when he killed the #1 expert of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, Bai Nanxiang, and he still had 2 left. Bai Nanxiang was a first-level void transformation stage martial artist, and after he utilized the talisman, killing him would only take an instant. I wonder if this talisman can kill Zhao Ming. After all, Zhao Ming's current strength is comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. If the talisman doesn't work, I'll have to use the Devil Seal tablet to devilize it. Duan Lingtian secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and had a plan in mind. However, the current him seemed to have forgotten one thing, which was also the most important thing. At that time, the reason he was devilized by the Devil Seal tablet was because the Devil Seal tablet took the initiative to contact him. If the Devil Seal tablet didn't take the initiative to contact him, he would be utterly unable to make the Devil Seal tablet devilize him. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked firmly onto Zhao Ming. Right when Zhao Ming's clothes fluttered and he was about to make a move to kill Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted out explosively, and it shocked Zhao Ming to the point his figure that was just about to flash out stopped. Appear! Duan Lingtian's shout shocked Zhao Ming. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he looked at Duan Lingtian and just happened to see a piece of paper floating lightly towards him. and it emitted a terrifying force that caused his heart to palpitate. "Stop!" At practically the instant Duan Lingtian threw out the talisman in his hand and shouted out appear. An explosive shout like a thunderclap descended from the sky. Accompanying this explosive shout was a figure that was like a ghost that appeared out of thin air by Zhao Ming's side. Unfortunately, he was too late. When he appeared, there was already a hideous bloody hole in between Zhao Ming's brows. An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole, causing Zhao Ming's gaze to become unfocused, and he fell to the ground. At the instant Zhao Ming reacted, he did not even have time to think before he was killed by the condensed energy that shot out from the talisman that had already turned into powder. Zhao Ming's body fell from the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. That's Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock, and her pair of beautiful eyes shone with an incredulous gleam. The scene she saw earlier was definitely the most unbelievable scene she had ever seen in her life. She saw it. Her elder brother Duan had only thrown out a piece of paper that was filled with scribbles and shouted appear. In the next moment, the piece of paper shattered strangely and turned into powder that filled the sky. At the same time, Zhao Ming, who could unleash the strength of over 7,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapon, and whose strength was comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse, had a bloody hole in between his brows. He was killed in just a blink of an eye. As for how Zhao Ming died, although she did not see it clearly, she knew it had something to do with the piece of paper that had turned into powder that filled the sky with scribbles. "What's that?" Feng Tianwu was shocked. She had no idea what the piece of paper that Duan Lingtian had thrown out was. It actually possessed such a powerful energy. Soon after, Feng Tianwu's attention shifted to the black figure that appeared out of thin air. The thunderous roar just now was made by this person. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw that the talisman left behind by his cheapskate father had killed Zhao Ming in just a second, he heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, his face quickly turned solemn again. Another talisman appeared in his hand. At the same time, he stared intently at the black-clad, middle-aged man who had appeared out of thin air before him. Earlier, when he threw the talisman at Zhao Ming and shouted, "Activate!" the other party had stopped him and descended from the sky. It was clear that he did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the other party might even know Zhao Ming. Coupled with the other party's elusive speed, he realized that the other party's strength was not any weaker than Zhao Ming. Therefore, he hurriedly took out the remaining talisman. Duan Lingtian noticed that when the talisman appeared in his hand again, the black-clad, middle-aged man who was staring at him coldly suddenly tensed up. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief again. He could see that the black-clad, middle-aged man was afraid of the talisman in his hand. It made sense when he thought about it. The scene of him throwing out the talisman and killing Zhao Ming in just a blink of an eye was witnessed by the other party. It would be strange if the other party was not afraid after seeing the talisman in his hand. Dao talisman, you're just a mortal stage martial cultivator from a remote continent. Where did you get a Dao talisman from? The black-clad, middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice, "A remote continent? A mortal stage martial cultivator?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the black-clothed, middle-aged man's words. Even Feng Tianwu, who stood by his side, had a face that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful as well. Since when did the Cloud Continent become a remote continent? Based on the black-clad, middle-aged man's tone, he seemed to not be from Cloud Continent. Besides that, what was a mortal stage martial cultivator? You're not from Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he asked with a serious expression. After fusing with the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew very well that outside Cloud Continent, in the depths of the sea, there was a group of powerful demons. There were even demon emperors that Reincarnation Emperor Wu could not match when he was at his prime. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's guess, besides many powerful demon emperors, there might even be some emperor with shocking strength in the depths of the sea. Unfortunately, even with Reincarnation Emperor Wu's strength that could be said to be number one on Cloud Continent all those years ago, he had to take every step carefully in the depths of the sea, and it was difficult for him to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. In Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he even heard that many Emperor Wu experts of the older generation on Cloud Continent had once entered the depths of the sea to explore the secrets in the depths of the sea. However, after those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation left, none of them returned. According to the guesses of the people on Cloud Continent, it's very likely that those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation were lost in the depths of the sea and were unable to find their way back. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, those Emperor Wu experts of the older generation either died in the hands of those powerful demon emperors in the depths of the sea, or they settled down in the depths of the sea, or even overseas. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's guesses, in this world, besides Cloud Continent, it's very likely that there are other continents. The other continents should be at the other end of the depths of the sea. Duan Lingtian easily found out about this when he searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had once seen a paragraph of text records in an ancient ruin. It was a record left behind by an ancient martial artist. The text clearly stated that he'd once encountered a powerhouse that came from outside Cloud Continent. That powerhouse only used a single move to defeat him, whereas the martial artist that left behind that paragraph of text called himself an existence at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Even when Reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was only at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Besides that, during the era of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was the only Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent that was at the 4th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. So he was the well-deserved number 1 Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent at that time. Duan Lingtian was able to find out all of this from Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Defeated an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move. An expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage. Even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he would still be defeated with a single move. An existence that's able to defeat an expert at the 6th level of the Emperor Wu stage with a single move. How terrifying would that be? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of fear. Humph, I'm naturally not from this remote continent of yours. The black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Chapter 1017. Then where are you from? Duan Lingtian asked again. The black-clad, middle-aged man's fearful gaze when he looked at the talisman in his hand was caught by Duan Lingtian. The talisman in his hand was given to him by his cheapskate father. However, he did not expect that even this powerhouse who was suspected to be from outside the Cloud Continent would be fearful of the talisman in his hand. Where am I from? The black-clad middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian angrily. Are you kidding me? Since you have the Tao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, how can you not know where I'm from? This time, I won't pursue the matter of you destroying my human puppet for the sake of the Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator behind you. Otherwise, even if you have the Tao talisman he left for you, I'll still kill you even if I'm severely injured. The black-clad, middle-aged man shouted coldly. Based on his words, he was saying that the talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand could severely injure him. The moment the black-clad, middle-aged man's words left his mouth, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's eyes. It was as though he was never there. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw the black-clad, middle-aged man coming and going without a trace. I still have many things to ask him. Why did he leave so quickly? Whether it was the mortal stage martial cultivator or the Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator mentioned by the black-clad middle-aged man. They were extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Even if he searched the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, he could not find any related records. Mortal stage martial cultivator, Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu has never heard of it in his 2 lifetimes. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was surprised. Could it be that the mortal stage martial cultivator and Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator are cultivation realms from the depths of the ocean or even another continent overseas? Just like our cloud continents, Void stage, martial monarch stage, and Emperor Wu stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian, who had regained his senses, couldn't help but guess. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Besides that, the black-clothed middle-aged man even said that the talisman in my hand was a Tao talisman. Moreover, it's a Tao talisman drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but ponder. The talisman in his hand, or more accurately, the Tao talisman, was given to him by his cheapskate father, Duan Rafong, before he left. Father, why would you have a Tao talisman? Could it be that he... For a moment, a crazy idea appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. That cheapskate father of his had most likely not been on Cloud Continent during the 20 years he had been away. Otherwise, where would he get the Tao talisman from? A Tao talisman was obviously not something from Cloud Continent. Could it be that father brought mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent and brought them to another continent overseas? The moment he thought of this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. No wonder there's no record of this talisman even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. As it turns out, this is not something from Cloud Continent at all. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Tao talisman in his hand, and a faint wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the past, in his opinion, as long as he stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, he would be able to look down on the world and look down on the common people. However, it seemed like even if he really stood at the peak of Cloud Continent like the reincarnation Emperor Wu did in the past, there were still many people who were more powerful than him in the depths of the sea or even the other continent overseas. Looks like the older generation of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent might really have gone to the other continent overseas, just as the reincarnation Emperor Wu had guessed. That place has mortal stage martial cultivators, Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivators, and even Tao talismans. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if father really brought mother, Jingru, and the others away from Cloud Continent and went to the other continent overseas, his current strength is far from what an ordinary Emperor Wu can compare to. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a solemn expression, now I'm almost certain, when Peak Master Qin Xiang and I faced Zhao Ming and the other Azure Forest Trisex Guardian Elders in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, I'm almost certain that the voice that was deliberately lowered and hoarse was Father's voice. Father is that mysterious powerhouse hidden in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed this in the past, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Now he could be 100% certain. That mysterious powerhouse was his deadbeat father, an existence that could easily suppress the 3 6th level Void Initiation stage martial artists in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. Even the current him was unable to do such a thing. Father's strength might be even stronger than the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his prime. I really don't know what exactly he experienced during the 20 years he left to actually allow him to possess such a terrifying strength. Compared to father, the fortuitous encounters I encountered all along the way, like fusing with the memories of 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu and the various fortuitous encounters after that are not worth mentioning. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. However, if Father is really an expert from the other continent overseas, why didn't he bring me along when he left with Mother, Jingru, Baiyao, and Xiaolon? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. No matter what, he was the son of his deadbeat father. Logically speaking, his deadbeat father should not have allowed him to stay on Cloud Continent and fend for himself like this. Perhaps there's another reason why Father didn't bring me along. Now, Duan Lingtian could only think in this way. After all, there was no parent that did not wish for their children to stay by their side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed as he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew a jade box, and it was precisely the exquisite jade box that his deadbeat father, Duan Rafeng, had left him. As he looked at the exquisite jade box in his hand, Duan Lingtian's mind once again resounded with the message his father had left him in the voice transmission jade slip. Besides those 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. These were the original words of his deadbeat father, Duan Rafeng. Currently, even if I don't use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is equivalent to the strength of over 2,000 ancient horned dragons. I should be able to open this exquisite jade box now, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he placed both of his hands on the jade box. Origin energy rose as the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head swirled and finally gathered into 2,200 lifelike ancient horned dragons, silhouettes that wriggled down. Originally, Feng Tianwu found it strange when she heard Duan Lingtian muttering words that she did not understand from time to time. However, although she found it strange, she was sensible enough not to disturb Duan Lingtian. Now, when she saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head, her beautiful face could not help but change slightly. She did not expect this at all. Her elder brother Duan actually possessed such a powerful strength today. Back then, in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, outside Qingfeng Palace, elder brother Duan fought with Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Azumo sect. With the help of his spirit weapon, his strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. However, now, without the help of his spirit weapon, elder brother Duan only used his origin energy and concept to display a strength that's equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. Feng Tianwu secretly gasped. For a moment, she could not help but be shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed. Now she finally understood. Why did her elder brother Duan have the confidence to protect her and Zhang Shouyong during the journey back to the Dark Han dynasty from the northern desert? As it turned out, elder brother Duan already possessed such a powerful strength. It seems like elder brother Duan's fortuitous encounter in Qingfeng Palace is extraordinary. Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Ever since she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, she had never left Duan Lingtian. Therefore, in her opinion, the reason why her elder brother Duan's strength had improved so much must be because he had encountered some enviable fortuitous encounter in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I still can't open it. Soon after, Feng Tianwu heard Duan Lingtian sigh. She realized that Duan Lingtian had used the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons just to open the exquisite jade box in his hand. However, based on her elder brother Duan's words, he still could not open the jade box even after using the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons? What jade box is that? Even the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons can't open it? For a moment, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face changed slightly. Before she could react, she noticed that a sword had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand with a raise of his hand. It was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spirit sword. As soon as the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared, another 800 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared in the sky again. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient, horned dragons pierced toward the crack on the exquisite jade box at lightning speed. He intended to pry it open by force. Clang! However, as a soft sound resonated, the exquisite jade box did not move at all. There wasn't even the slightest trace of a mark on the crack at the closing point. What's this exquisite jade box made of? It's actually so hard. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only give up. As he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he sighed again. He realized that it was still difficult for him to open the exquisite jade box with his current strength. Father is really getting more and more mysterious. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he put the exquisite jade box away. Elder brother Duan, what jade box is that? Not only did your sword that contained the strength of 3,000 ancient, horned dragons not open it, it didn't even leave a single trace on it. Chapter 1018. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he shook his head. Even though that exquisite jade box was left behind for him by that cheapskate father of his, he knew nothing about its background, let alone what was inside it. Of course, there was one thing he could confirm. His cheapskate father must have left behind a voice transmission jade slip inside, and the message inside should be able to tell him about the other continent outside the ocean. Of course, other than the voice transmission jade slip, there must be something else inside the exquisite jade box. Duan Lingtian had an extremely strong intuition about this. Perhaps I'll have to wait until my cultivation base breaks through to the martial monarch stage before I can open it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Tianwu, let's go. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and continued their journey to Xiong Quan's hometown. He was prepared to look for Xiong Quan and help him repair his dantian. Okay. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently and followed Duan Lingtian silently like a shadow. Duan Lingtian quickly found Xiong Quan's hometown based on his memory of sending him back. It was a remote little village located in the mountains. Although the little village was remote, it was full of life. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived here, they could vaguely see the scene of men plowing and women weaving in the village. There were also children playing happily in the village without any worries. If I can stay in a place like this with the person I like for the rest of my life would not be in vain. Feng Tianwu looked down at the scene in the village. Her autumn eyes that seemed to be able to melt everything were as gentle as water. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered involuntarily, "It's normal for you to think like this. However, if it were them, they would most likely wish to have a strong martial strength to explore the outside world and have a good look at the outside world." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he spoke. Naturally, one would have different thoughts when standing in a different position. For example, Feng Tianwu, who grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, was a veritable, proud daughter of heaven. It was not strange for her to be moved by such a peaceful scene. However, if it were the villagers in the village, they would rather be like Feng Tianwu, who had extraordinary martial arts and could go outside to have a look. Because they were too weak and did not have the ability to protect themselves, they did not dare to leave the village easily. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu realized that her muttering had been heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, her beautiful face couldn't help but blush, as if blood could drip out of it. Feng Tianwu's slightly bashful and lovely appearance caused Duan Lingtian, who happened to be looking at her, to become absent-minded. He couldn't help but have the desire to move forward and fiercely kiss the face of the beauty in front of him. "You may leave." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed his somewhat restless emotions. After greeting Feng Tianwu, he took the lead to descend from the sky. Originally, Feng Tianwu was secretly delighted when she saw Duan Lingtian's fiery gaze. However, now that she saw Duan Lingtian descending to the village as if he was escaping, she could not help but sigh again. What a block of wood! Glancing at the tall purple figure with some anger, Feng Tianwu moved her body, and as if she had transformed into a fire elf, she followed him like a shadow. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swept like the wind and descended from the sky like a goshawk. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a low altitude of the village and appeared in front of the villagers in the village. Wow, he can actually fly. The first to notice Duan Lingtian was a 4 or 5-year-old boy. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the air, and shouted excitedly. It was as if he'd discovered a new continent. I heard my father say that only an expert at the void prying stage or above is able to fly and stand in the air. Looks like he's an expert at the void prying stage or above. A young girl that looked to be 13 or 14 said, an expert at the void prying stage or above. Then wouldn't he be as formidable as Uncle Xiongquan? Another 7 or 8-year-old boy exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the naivety of the group of children, the expressions of the group of adult villagers that noticed Duan Lingtian had changed, and their eyes were filled with terror. They looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if they'd seen a scourge or a ferocious beast. Their thoughts were very simple. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an expert like this to descend to their village. However, now that he'd descended to their village, it was most probably not a good thing. In next to no time, a villager's eyes flashed as he hastily turned around and left, as if he was going to send a message. After a short moment, the eyes of the remaining group of adult villagers flashed as they noticed that a red-clothed young woman had appeared out of thin air beside the violet-clothed young man that stood in the air. The red-clothed young woman had a graceful figure and a drop-dead, gorgeous appearance, causing them to be dumbstruck for a moment. So beautiful. Is this Big Sister Fairy? Big Sister Fairy has descended to the mortal world. It wasn't only the group of adult villagers that were attracted by the red-clothed young woman. Even the children that were originally playing in the village had stopped what they were doing and stared fixedly at the red-clothed young woman in the air. The adult villagers were the same as well, and their gazes were completely attracted by the red-clothed young woman before them. They'd stayed in this remote little village all their lives and were self-sufficient, and they'd never gone outside. When had they ever seen such a beauty? Tian Wu, these children are calling you Big Sister Fairy. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of naive children before him and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. The rosy color on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face deepened when she heard this. Who are you people? At this moment, a loud shout resonated from the back of the village. Accompanying this shout was an agile figure that was as agile as a cheetah. In just a blink of an eye, it swept into the village and stared at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu covetously. The person that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a tall and sturdy young man who was about 20 years old. The young man had a pair of thick eyebrows. Although his eyes under his eyebrows were filled with dread when he looked at them, he still straightened his back and did not take a step back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of admiration in his eyes. This young man seems a little familiar. Soon after, Duan Lingtian, who had carefully sized up the tall and sturdy young man for a while, suddenly realized that he seemed a little familiar, as though he'd seen him somewhere before. This is Xiongquan's hometown. I've only been here when I sent Xiongquan back. This young man is about 20 years old now. He should have only been 12 or 13 years old back then. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He looked at the tall and sturdy young man and asked with some surprise, could it be that you're heir who? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Not only was the tall and sturdy young man stunned, but the young man was also stunned. Even the group of adult villagers in the village was stunned. Ah, this brother who came with Fairy Sister seems to know Brother Erhu. Brother Erhu is so amazing. Even this brother who can fly knows him. Brother Erhu is indeed the only person in our village who left the village with Uncle Xiongquan to explore the outside world. The group of children in the village had exaggerated expressions on their faces. You know me? The tall and sturdy young man who was Erhu stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, his face full of confusion. What? Erhu, you've even forgotten me? Duan Lingtian smiled. I remember that when Xiongquan and I came to the village that year, you were only 12 or 13 years old. At that time, you even invited me to your house for a meal. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. When he was 12 or 13 years old, he invited this person before him to his house for a meal. Your brother Lingtian? Finally, who searched through the distant memories of his childhood and finally remembered Duan Lingtian. His face couldn't help but reveal an excited and emotional expression. All these years he had heard his Uncle Xiongquan mention the various deeds of this purple-clothed young man before him. The purple-clothed young man was already at the 8th level of the origin core stage when he was his current age. All this while he had regarded Duan Lingtian as his idol. Now that he saw his idol again, how could he not be excited? He's young Master Lingtian? Meanwhile, many villagers couldn't help but recall the distinguished guest that came to their village all those years ago when they heard what who said. Even the #1 expert in their village, Xiongquan, had to respectfully address the guest as young master. It's really young Master Lingtian. After so many years, young Master Lingtian hasn't changed in the slightest. Yeah, young Master Lingtian is still so young. All the villagers looked at Duan Lingtian, and the fear in their eyes had vanished and was replaced with respect. Erhu, where's Xiongquan? Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the robust young man before him. In the blink of an eye, the child from all those years ago had already grown up, and he even possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Although his cultivation wasn't comparable to his age from all those years ago, but in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be considered to possess extraordinary natural talent. Uncle Xiongquan, who was just about to speak when he was interrupted by a loud and clear voice. Who's there? You dare trespass into our Xiong village? The loud and clear voice was like a clap of thunder as it resonated from afar. The moment the voice left his mouth, a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword shot into the village and appeared next to Erhu. At the same time, 200 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes, came to a halt in the sky above the person who had a layer of solidified sword energy flashing on his body. They wriggled down in an imposing manner. First level advanced sword concept. Before the person transformed into a gigantic sword and shot into the village, Duan Lingtian had already seen the 200 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes that followed after him. His eyes narrowed uncontrollably. Now that the person had revealed himself, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Xiongquan, when did you comprehend the first level advanced sword concept? The person was a tall and robust middle-aged man. His face was covered in stubble, and he didn't care about his appearance. Was he not Xiongquan who had always been by his side all those years ago? Young master. Chapter 1019. As the sword energy surrounding Xiongquan's body disappeared, the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above his head disappeared as well. His pair of eyes that were as big as copper gongs were filled with inexplicable excitement and tears of joy. After so many years, Xiongquan completely lost his composure when he saw Duan Lingtian again. Xiongquan, long time no see. Duan Lingtian flew down and landed in front of Xiong Quan. He looked at Xiong Quan from top to bottom and smiled. You're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Although Duan Lingtian tried his best to remain calm, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Xiong Quan had comprehended the first-level advanced sword concept. Young master! Seeing Duan Lingtian was so close to him, Xiong Quan's body trembled even more intensely due to his excitement. He could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes as they flowed down. As the saying went, a man did not cry. Men don't cry easily, but that's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. When he was not happy. However, Xiong Quan was not sad. Instead, he was happy. He was so excited that tears of joy were flowing down his cheeks. Xiong Quan, sorry to keep you waiting. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said, I told you that the next time I come to look for you, it'll be the time I repair your dantian. This was Duan Lingtian's promise to Xiong Quan back then. Now he was here to fulfill his promise. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan was stunned. He was completely stunned. Repair my dantian. Young master, why you're telling the truth? Xiong Quan's emotions that had calmed down were stirred up again. His stubbled cheeks trembled violently due to his excitement. Although he had never shown the sadness of being unable to cultivate due to his dantian being destroyed in front of others, he would always be in a daze in the middle of the night. He would be in a daze because of his destroyed dantian. As for the promise Duan Lingtian made to him back then, he did not take it to heart. He only thought Duan Lingtian was just comforting him. This was because he had never heard of anyone being able to repair their dantian after it was destroyed. But today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had not seen for many years, had appeared before him again, and even said that he could repair his dantian. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe the promise Duan Lingtian had made to him back then. What, you still don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. No, young master. I just feel that this is too inconceivable. Xiong Quan hurriedly shook his head and said, Big brother Lingtianu, can you really help Uncle Xiong Quan repair his dantian? Hu, who was beside Xiong Quan, looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. For a moment, the other villagers also looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, as if they wanted to get a definite answer from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He knew that at this moment, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He might as well let the facts prove everything. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the immortal spirit herb from his storage ring. The last leaf of the immortal spirit herb that was shining with a green light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiong Quan, eat this. After Duan Lingtian plucked the last leaf of the immortal spirit herb, the green light surrounding the immortal spirit herb completely disappeared without a trace. However, the green light on the immortal spirit herb's leaf continued to shine. A grass that glows? What kind of grass is this? It's so magical. Immediately, the surrounding villagers of Xiong village were shocked. Even the children who had quietened down were stunned. When Xiong Quan saw the immortal spirit herb shining with a green light, he knew that this stalk of glowing grass was not simple. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat the immortal spirit herb, his heart could not help but tremble. This was the herb that could help him repair his dantian? If it was a normal herb, even if Duan Lingtian wanted him to eat it, he would more or less have some doubts in his heart, even if he did not say anything on the surface. However, the herb that was shining with a green light in front of him made him realize that it was not an ordinary herb. What kind of joke was this? A normal herb that could shine? Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan excitedly took the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian's hand and stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation, swallowing it in 2 to 3 mouthfuls. Xiong Quan swallowed the herb. Not only the villagers of Xiong village, even Feng Tianwu, who had landed and was standing beside Duan Lingtian, looked at Xiong Quan with a curious expression. Although she knew about the medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb from Duan Lingtian, she had never seen the power of the immortal spirit herb with her own eyes. Now, she finally had the chance to see the immortal spirit herb display its medicinal power with her own eyes. She was looking forward to it. After Xiong Quan ate the immortal spirit herb, the villagers of Xiong village held their breaths, and their gazes fell on Xiong Quan. Uncle Xiong Quan, heir who clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled slightly as he looked at Xiong Quan with eyes full of expectation. In the past, he was the closest to Xiong Quan in Xiong village. His skills were all taught to him by Xiong Quan. Because of this, he knew how much his uncle Xiong Quan cared about his destroyed Dantian. Because of this, he especially hoped that his uncle Xiong Quan's Dantian could be repaired. Wow, Uncle Xiong Quan's stomach is glowing, a little boy exclaimed. At the same time, everyone saw that in Xiong Quan's Dantian, there was now a dazzling green light that appeared through his robes. The green light became more and more intense. Half an hour later, the green light gradually became smaller and smaller until it was completely extinguished and disappeared. Uncle Xiong Quan, heir who took a deep breath and looked at Xiong Quan with a worried expression. Feng Tianwu and the villagers of the Xiong family village were all staring at Xiong Quan. Their eyes were filled with urgency. They wanted to know the result. As for Duan Lingtian, he had a calm expression from beginning to end. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. It was as if he was not worried that Xiong Quan's Dantian could not be repaired. Ha 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 ha, under everyone's gaze. Xiong Quan was stunned for a moment. The moment he came back to his senses, a smile appeared on his stubbled face, and then he threw his head back and laughed heartily. His laughter was wanton, as if he wanted to completely disperse the sullenness of all these years. It's repaired. My Dantian is repaired. Xiong Quan's laughter only stopped after a dozen breaths, but it seemed that he was still not happy enough. He roared to the sky to vent his excitement. Hot tears poured out of Xiong Quan's eyes uncontrollably. For a moment, the villagers of Xiong village, including heir Hu, laughed. They were all happy for Xiong Quan. Brother, Ling Tian, thank you. Heir Hu thanked Duan Ling Tian in a trembling voice. He was so emotional that his voice trembled. Don't thank me. Speaking of which, I'm responsible for the destruction of Xiong Quan's Dantian back then. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Unlike the villagers of Xiong village, who were excited, when the green light that rose from Xiong Quan's Dantian disappeared, he extended his spiritual energy to check that Xiong Quan's Dantian had been repaired. Because of this, he was very calm. Moreover, he had seen the heaven-defying medicinal power of the immortal spirit herb. Power of who could regrow a broken leg after consuming the immortal spirit herb. That was much more difficult than repairing a Dantian. Whether it was the royal grade resurrection pill or the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill, it could repair one's Dantian. Whether it was the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or the royal grade resurrection pill, it could not repair one's broken leg. Compared to regrowing a broken leg, repairing a Dantian was child's play. It's really repaired? Although Feng Tianwu did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, she was still shocked when she saw the faint origin energy surrounding Xiong Quan's body. The origin energy surrounding Xiong Quan's body was very weak. It was so weak that it could be ignored. However, such weak origin energy still required a complete Dantian to extend from one's body. Thank you, young master. Before everyone, including Duan Lingtian, could react, Xiong Quan had already knelt down in front of Duan Lingtian with a thud and kowtowed to express his gratitude. Xiong Quan, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his hand, and the gentle origin energy turned into an invisible force that extended and lifted Xiong Quan up. When Xiong Quan saw the anger on Duan Lingtian's face, he realized that Duan Lingtian was angry because of his actions earlier. He was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. "Young master, follow me." Xiong Quan called out to Duan Lingtian and took the lead to fly out of the village. As soon as Xiong Quan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiong Quan had turned around and was walking out of the village. His anger instantly disappeared, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still followed him. He wanted to see where Xiong Quan was leading him to. Naturally, Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. Whoosh! After Xiong Quan left the village, the sword energy on his body skyrocketed, causing him to look as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword as he flew into the distance. Since Xiong Quan's current origin energy could not allow him to fly, the gigantic sword that he transformed into brushed against the ground as he flew. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were still filled with shock. "Xiong Quan, how did you comprehend the first-level advance sword concept?" Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously when he saw the 200 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons above Xiong Quan's head. Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. She had heard Duan Lingtian mention some things about Xiong Quan before. For this reason, she knew that when Xiong Quan returned to the Xiong village that year, he had only comprehended sword force. He did not even comprehend the elementary sword concept. However, it had not even been 10 years. However, Xiong Quan had comprehended sword force to the first-level advance sword concept. In her opinion, it was simply unbelievable. "Young master, you'll understand everything when you follow me to that place." Xiong Quan, who was leading the way in front, told Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not say anything as he followed Xiong Quan closely. He wanted to see where Xiong Quan was leading him to. That place allowed Xiong Quan to comprehend the void transformation concept in just a few years. Chapter 10:20. Xiong Quan took the lead and led the way. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed him like shadows. The terrain in the mountain range was steep. It was difficult for an ordinary person to walk. Coupled with the wild beasts that would jump out from the side, it was enough to be a nightmare for an ordinary person. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and the other two were not ordinary people. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu flew in the air without any pressure at all. Although Xiong Quan was flying on the ground, he seemed to be walking on flat ground as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. The sword energy that was emitting a sharp aura from his body caused the wild beasts to flee in all directions, let alone pounce on him to attack. Finally, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed Xiong Quan to a canyon in the depths of the mountain range. The entrance of the canyon was the one-line sky. It was covered by a lush forest outside. If it was not for Xiong Quan leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would definitely not have discovered this hidden canyon. "Young master, young Lady Tianwu is inside." Xiong Quan's breathing quickened as he stood in front of the canyon's entrance. It was as though there was something inside that made him inexplicably excited. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had already introduced Feng Tianwu to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan was a shrewd person. It was easy for him to see that Feng Tianwu was interested in his young master. After seeing his young master's attitude, he knew that young Lady Tianwu would very likely become the third young mistress in the future. Therefore, when he faced Feng Tianwu, he was very respectful and did not dare to neglect her. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. He had also noticed Xiong Quan's excitement. This made him even more curious. What was inside the canyon? It could make Xiong Quan lose his composure. In his memory, Xiong Quan was a steady person. "Let's go." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he took the lead and flew through the one-line sky and entered the canyon. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing water coming from inside, which attracted him to look into the distance. With just a glance, he saw a huge waterfall in the depths of the canyon. The waterfall was like the Milky Way hanging down from the horizon. Looking from afar, it gave people a kind of visual shock. Young master, this is the place. Now, Xiong Quan's agitated emotions had finally calmed down a little. He once again took the lead and was the first to arrive at the opposite side of the waterfall. He stared straight at the mountain wall beside the waterfall. It was as if there was something on the mountain wall that attracted him. At the same time, the sword energy on Xiong Quan's body skyrocketed as his attention was completely attracted by the mountain wall. It was filled with waves of fierce aura as it emitted an extremely sharp aura. Xiong Quan's strange movements immediately attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had also come to Xiong Quan's side. Out of curiosity, they immediately followed Xiong Quan's gaze and looked at the mountain wall beside the waterfall in the distance. With just a glance, the two of them were completely attracted. Sword. On the mountain wall, a huge word, sword, appeared clearly before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At first glance, he did not feel anything. However, when he looked at it carefully, Duan Lingtian discovered that his mind was completely blank. The word sword on the mountain wall was obviously carved by someone using a sword ray. The strokes of the word were smooth, and it emitted waves of fierce sword intent. Soon, the only thing left in Duan Lingtian's blank mind was the word sword before his eyes. The strokes that were filled with fierce sword intent caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was possessed. Whoosh! Unknowingly, a sword energy rose around Duan Lingtian's body. It was the 9th level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended. Almost at the same time when the sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and finally gathered into 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In the canyon, it was dead silent. It was not only Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan who were staring blankly at the word sword on the mountain wall. Even Feng Tianwu's eyes were attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. Originally, she only thought that the word sword was beautiful. However, after she took a closer look at it, she discovered that the word sword seemed to have some kind of magical power that caused her to be unable to move her eyes away. It was as though she was completely immersed in it. Unknowingly, she felt that she seemed to have touched a type of force and had successfully comprehended it. The characteristics of this force were obvious. It was fierce and sharp. Sword force. Feng Tianwu's heart skipped a beat, and her beautiful face changed slightly. She did not expect that the word sword on the mountain wall before her would allow her to comprehend a sword force that she had never come into contact with before. Although she was deeply shocked, her eyes were still fixed on the word sword on the mountain wall. The word sword seemed to have an endless magical power that caused her to be unwilling to move her eyes away. Whoosh! Next to her, the sword energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed. It emitted an even fiercer aura that shot into the sky. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head changed as well. In just a blink of an eye, it changed from 100 silhouettes of horned dragons to 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. First level advance, sword concept. Perhaps even Duan Lingtian, who was completely immersed in comprehending the word sword on the mountain wall, did not realize that his sword concept had broken through. He had broken through to the void transformation concept in one go. Sword, the king of all weapons. Sword, you can save people, and you can also kill people. Sword, uphold justice in the world, and cut off all injustice in the world. Unknowingly, a calm voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, while his mind was completely immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall. The voice did not contain any emotions. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears word by word, It gave him a whole new understanding of the word sword. The person who left the voice behind had a comprehension of the word sword that made him feel embarrassed. For a moment, he felt that his attainment in the sword was like the difference between a firefly and the sun and moon when compared to the person. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that he seemed to have fallen into a strange state. In this state, his mind was completely clear. The word sword that came from the mountain wall and filled his mind began to undergo a myriad of changes. In the end, the word sword turned into a black shadow that appeared out of thin air with a sword in hand. Duan Lingtian could not see what the black shadow looked like at all. However, he could clearly sense the fierce sword intent that was emitted from the black shadow. It was a sword intent that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. The sword intent was so oppressive that it made it difficult for him to breathe. In front of the invisible sword intent that's being emitted from this black shadow, I'm afraid even the Emperor stage, sword profundity, can't compete with it. For some reason, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. As soon as the thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress it. Soon after, the strange black shadow that appeared in his mind began to move. Duan Lingtian's mind was in turmoil all of a sudden. Heavens, how was this possible? He realized the black shadow's movements were as smooth as flowing water. It had actually performed a sword skill. It would be fine if it was some other sword skill. However, it was the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash that he had performed. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Logically speaking, other than him and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, whose soul was destroyed, there should not be a third person in the world who knew how to perform this sword skill. This, Duan Lingtian did not have time to think. His mind was in turmoil again. He realized that when the mysterious black shadow in his mind performed the 9 Dragons' Radiant Flash, all 9 dragons had appeared, and its aura was like a rainbow. The 9 pairs of eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and shot out 18 ultimate beams of light. Whoosh! 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 18 ultimate beams of light shot out in an unstoppable manner. It was as though they could pierce through everything. The perfection stage 9 dragons, radiant flash. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Subsequently, he saw the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 dragons, radiant flash again and again, as though it did not know the meaning of exhaustion. At this moment, it was as though it had transformed into a tireless teacher. Duan Lingtian went from being shocked at the beginning to calmness at the end. Now, as he watched the mysterious black shadow perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash without blinking, he learned many things from it. Time passed by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed. Just as he realized that he had a brand new and ultimate understanding of the 9 dragons' radiant flash, he realized that the mysterious black shadow had stopped moving. Just as he was about to come back to his senses and perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash to test the results of his understanding, whoosh! The mysterious black shadow moved again and performed another set of sword skills. This set of sword skills surprised Duan Lingtian again. 9 tribulations, sword control technique. The mysterious black shadow stood in the air and 9 swords appeared around its body. The 9 swords floated around its body and moved continuously. All of a sudden, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the mysterious black shadow moved, the 9 swords shot out together with a murderous aura. However, this was not the only thing that surprised Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was shocked to see that 9 divine dragons emerged from the 9 swords. A total of 81 divine dragons appeared, and their eyes flashed at the same time. In the next moment, 162 ultimate beams of light shot out and enveloped the entire area. It was extremely domineering. This works too. Just as Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the mysterious black shadow disappeared, causing him to come back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he was still standing on the opposite side of the canyon's waterfall. Tian Wu! After he came back to his senses, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Tianwu was also staring at the word sword on the mountain wall. He could not help but gasp. Who left that word sword behind? Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering about it, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly lifted his head to look at the sky above his head. There, the heaven and earth phenomenon showed signs of dispersing when he was about to withdraw the sword concept that had risen from his body. This. Chapter 10:21. Duan Lingtian saw it. At this moment, there were 600 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons above his head. Just the sword concept alone is able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather 600 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons. 5th level advanced sword concept. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself. However, in the end, his eyes narrowed uncontrollably as he exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. He had only taken a glance at the word sword on the mountain wall earlier, and it had already caused such a huge change in his body. Not only did he have a new understanding of the 2 sets of heaven rank advanced sword skills, but even the 9th level intermediate sword concept that he had comprehended earlier had also transformed into the 5th level advanced sword concept. It had risen by 5 levels in one go. Even the profound assimilation formation is not as crazy as this, right? As Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself, the corner of his mouth twitched a little. His gaze instinctively landed on the word sword on the mountain wall again. With just one glance, Duan Lingtian felt his head sink, and his gaze became unfocused. Humph! Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared, pinched his thigh with his hand that was placed on it. The intense pain caused his gaze to focus immediately, and he was completely awakened. After he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian did not dare to look at the word sword anymore. Who's the person who carved this word? Even a powerhouse like Emperor Wu wouldn't have such a technique, right? Duan Lingtian gasped. He was a little frightened. He noticed that as long as he looked at the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall, his gaze would become unfocused. It was as though the word sword had some sort of special magical power. I've searched through Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories. Not only has he never seen such a strange thing, he has never even heard of it before. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a gleam in his eyes. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, in an era that was even older than his first reincarnation, there were many powerhouses who were at the 7th level Emperor Wu stage and above on the Cloud Continent. However, even among those powerhouses, he had never heard of anyone who had such a technique. Just by carving the word sword on the mountain wall, it allowed my 9th level intermediate sword concept to break through to the 5th level advanced sword concept in one shot. Not only that, but it can also guide me in my sword skill as well. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. At the same time, the word sword, the sword concept that was about to dissipate, condensed again, and merged with the origin energy that had just rose in his hand. The sword, the sword, the sword, to Lingtian's the sword, 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 Lingtian, Lingtian, the sword as well. At the same time, another 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared beside the 600 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's head. It was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed when Duan Lingtian, a 6th level void transformation martial artist, used his origin energy to draw upon the heaven and earth energy. 9 dragons, radiant flash. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned slightly cold. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand suddenly swept out like an extension of his arm. What a wonderful feeling. This sword strike flashed out, and it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as if he had the help of the gods, as if he'd already studied the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the limit. Everything was so natural. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian's sword swept out, The origin energy that pervaded the sword aura swelled up, instantly transforming into 9 divine dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the other side of the mountain wall not far away. Whoosh! 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 The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed, and 18 extreme flashes shot out. They easily penetrated the mountain wall and left 18 small holes that were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Duan Lingtian, who saw this scene, was completely dumbfounded. He did not even seem to notice when the 3-foot-long sword in his hand that flickered with the sword aura disappeared. I've cultivated the 9 dragons' radiant flash to the perfection stage? After a while, Duan Lingtian reacted, and his breathing became extremely rapid. The 9 dragons' radiant flash was a heaven-rank advanced sword skill that came with the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. It was divided into 4 stages: rudimentary stage, initial stage, mastery stage, and perfection stage. When cultivated to the perfection stage, 9 dragons would appear when the sword was swung out, and 18 flashes would be released simultaneously, easily piercing through everything. It's that sword word again. After a while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his surging emotions. My 9 dragons' radiant flash was originally only cultivated to the initial stage. When the sword was swung out, only 3 dragons would appear. However, just now, when I was affected by the sword word and the mysterious black shadow appeared in my mind to guide me on my sword skill, my 9 dragons' radiant flash has entered the perfection stage in one go. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was really inconceivable. If someone else told him this, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, now that he had personally experienced it, he had no choice but to believe it. There's also the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. Soon after, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the actions of the mysterious black shadow in his mind earlier. After the mysterious black shadow displayed the perfection stage 9 dragons' radiant flash, it continued to attack and skillfully merge the 9 dragons' radiant flash into the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. When the 9 swords were swung out, 81 dragons appeared and 162 extreme flashes swept out in all directions, making it impossible for one to dodge. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared. Subsequently, after he activated the split and combined formation, the sword was divided into 9 swords and controlled by his spiritual energy. They coiled around his body and spun continuously. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. 9 Tribulations sword control technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian tried his best to control the 9 swords, intending to make the 9 swords shoot out at the same time to display the greatest power of the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. Whoosh! 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 However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. In the end, only 5 of the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that spun around Duan Lingtian's body shot out. It was as though 5 Duan Lingtian had attacked at the same time, and it was extremely imposing. Although he was a little disappointed, Duan Lingtian's mood was not affected. Since he was already prepared, he controlled the 5 swords to perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash. Initially, he was still a little nervous. This was because he had only seen the mysterious black figure perform the 9 dragons' radiant flash with the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. It was his first time performing it. However, when he saw the 5 swords shot out with the 9 Tribulations sword control technique and 9 divine dragons respectively, a total of 45 divine dragons shot out at the same time, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! 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 The 45 pairs of eyes of the 48 divine dragons flashed and condensed 90 extreme flashes that shot out like rain, leaving 90 densely packed small holes on one side of the mountain wall. Each of the small holes was bottomless, showing the power of the extreme flashes. Who's the person who left the word sword? Duan Lingtian, who had transformed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one, gasped again. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. He, who had lost his vigilance, lost his focus, and was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall again. In his eyes, the word sword continued to enlarge. Subsequently, the voice that he heard before resonated in his ears again. The voice was indifferent as it entered his ears and explained the truth of the word sword to him. Of course, there were many things that he did not understand because they were too unfamiliar and difficult to understand. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. There's no change. Looks like I won't be able to make a breakthrough every time I immerse myself in the word sword. After communicating and performing the sword concept again, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw that there was no change in the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky above his head. He was not surprised. The sword concept was still the 5th level advanced sword concept. When he immersed himself in the word sword again, there was no obvious improvement. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu, who was not far away. Boom! Vast flames raged on Feng Tianwu's body. The heaven and earth energy stirred in the sky above her head and soon gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advanced fire concept. Initially, Duan Lingtian was still a little anxious. He was really worried that Feng Tianwu, who was immersed in the word sword, would ignore the energy from the fire spirit body in her body and forcefully communicate and perform the fire profundity. However, when he noticed that the fire concept on Feng Tianwu's body had stabilized at the 9th level advanced fire concept, he could not help but feel relieved. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that the flames on Feng Tianwu's body began to compress from top to bottom. In the end, it seemed to compress into the shape of a sword and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was completely shrouded in the sword-shaped flame. It was as though she had transformed into a fiery red, gigantic sword. At the same time that it emitted a scorching aura, it also emitted a gradually growing fierce aura. S-sword concept. Soon after, Duan Lingtian sensed a familiar aura from the sword-shaped flame around Feng Tianwu's body. It was the aura of sword concept. Although it was only the elementary sword concept, it still made Duan Lingtian feel extremely shocked. Tian Wu didn't seem to have comprehended sword force before this, right? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He realized the changes on Feng Tianwu's body was due to the gigantic word sword on the mountain wall. This sword character, who exactly left it behind? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to the mountain wall again. However, he did not look at the word sword. Instead, he scanned the surroundings as though he was looking for something. Finally, he discovered some smaller words at the corner of the word sword. They were words that were also engraved on the mountain wall. Whirlwind. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian flew out and arrived in front of the small words on the mountain wall in just a moment. He studied them carefully. At first glance, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the signature at the bottom right corner. Chapter 10:22. Sword Saint. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the inscription. This Feng Qingyang guy is really arrogant. He actually dares to call himself a sword saint. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian was a sword saint. Any existence that could be called a saint was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Sword saint. A person who dared to call himself a sword saint must have a high attainment in the sword Tao. If the word sword that seems to be filled with magic was really left behind by Feng Qingyang, then, even if he calls himself the sword saint, he doesn't have an undeserved reputation. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 words that were written before him. After all, the seemingly simple word sword had not only allowed him to comprehend the 5th-level advanced sword concept, but it had also helped him cultivate the heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to the perfection stage and merge the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash with the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. Naturally, he knew very well that even though the word sword looked simple, every stroke contained the truth of the sword Tao. Perhaps only a sword cultivator powerhouse whose attainment in the sword Tao has reached a certain level would be able to inscribe the word sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked up and began to read the densely packed words. The words were left behind by the inscription. Before I ascended, I left the Tao Martial Saint Land and traveled the 4 seas. I've been to continents ruled by mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal continents ruled by both mortal stage Tao cultivators and mortal stage martial cultivators. In the end, I came to this mortal continent ruled by mortal stage martial cultivators, the Cloud Continent. In the 3 mortal continents, I've left behind my lifetime's comprehension of the sword Tao, waiting for the fated person to obtain it. If you can obtain half of my comprehension, you'll be able to move freely in the Tao Martial Saint Land and ascend. The line of words ended here. Below it was the inscription, Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. The word sword was indeed left behind by him. Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but gasp, and he was completely shocked. That mysterious word, sword, actually contained the comprehension left behind by this so-called sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was his lifetime comprehension of the sword Tao. No wonder it was able to help his sword concept rise by an entire 5 levels. Also, this Feng Qingyang called himself a saint and came from the Tao Martial Saint Land. On top of that, he said he's been to 3 mortal continents, and one of them is the Cloud Continent. The Cloud Continent is a mortal continent. Duan Lingtian frowned with a confused expression on his face. Based on what he said, he seems to have been to 2 other mortal continents similar to the Cloud Continent. It seems that this world is far bigger than I imagined. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian tried his best to suppress his surging emotions and calm himself down. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Cloud Continent is surrounded by a vast ocean that seems to have no end. Even he found it difficult to explore it. Coupled with the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang's message, the Cloud Continent might only be the tip of the iceberg in this world. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. In other words, apart from the Tao Martial Saint Land and the Cloud Continent, there are 2 other mortal continents that are similar to the Cloud Continent in the boundless ocean. Mortal continents, mortal stage martial cultivators, mortal stage Tao cultivators. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with confusion when he thought of this. He could still understand martial cultivators since they were martial artists. Tao cultivators, he had heard about it from the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. At that time, the black-clad middle-aged man had told him about the origin of the talismans in his hands. At that time, he found out that the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had given him were Tao talismans drawn by some Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivator. That black-clad middle-aged man isn't from the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he also called me a mortal stage martial cultivator. Could it be that he's also from the Tao Martial Saint Land like the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he continued to speculate. Mortal stage martial cultivators, mortal stage Tao cultivators, Saint Rudiment stage Tao cultivators, human puppet, and the mortal continent, Tao Martial Saint Land, Ascension. It's a mess. It's too messy. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on as he continued to speculate. He realized that it was difficult for him to sort out this information. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. As long as I raise my strength, I'll naturally have the opportunity to come into contact with that level. At that time, everything will be clear. One had to admit that Duan Lingtian was very open-minded. Very soon, he tossed all the information that was troubling him to the back of his mind. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The person who left behind these words, and the gigantic word sword, is very, very powerful. So powerful that it's beyond my imagination. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. After letting out a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian left the side of the mountain wall and returned to Feng, Tianwu, and Xiongquan's side. His gaze immediately landed on Xiongquan. Currently, the sword concept on Xiongquan's body was emitting a fierce aura that shot up into the sky. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon that was formed by the heaven and earth energy above his head was still the 200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. There was no change at all. It seems like Xiongquan's current situation is the same as when I was attracted by the word sword for the second time. The word sword did not help me break through again. It's only when I was attracted by the word sword for the first time that there was an obvious breakthrough. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, this did not mean that it was useless to look at the word sword later on. It was just that the effect later on was not as exaggerated as the first time. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian looked at the word sword for the second time, although his sword concept did not break through again, the word sword still taught him many things. However, it was all information that was extremely obscure and difficult for him to understand at the moment. He could not comprehend it for the time being. He had an extremely strong intuition. If he could comprehend those obscure and difficult to understand information, his sword concept would be elevated to a higher level. Moreover, it would not be as simple as elevating by 1 or 2 levels. This word sword is even crazier than the sword concept fragment. No, even the sword profundity fragment might not be as helpful to a sword cultivator as this word. Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind out of nowhere. This remote canyon. It's simply a heaven for a sword cultivator. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he looked around the canyon. He noticed that the entire canyon was located deep in the mountains. Even the sky above the canyon only revealed small openings. These small openings were all small openings that were squeezed together at the intersection of branches and leaves that covered the entire mountain forest. The light in the entire canyon shone in from these small openings. If I were to fly above, I would definitely not be able to discover this canyon unless I use my spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really passed by here without knowing, he would definitely not use his spiritual energy to carry out a carpet search. This place was only one of the countless remote mountains in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was very difficult to attract anyone's attention. If it was not for Xiongquan's hometown here, Duan Lingtian would not have stayed here at all. Besides that, apart from the sky above this canyon, there's only the one-line sky entrance left. It's usually blocked by the forest. If it wasn't for Xiongquan leading the way today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about this canyon even if I were to pass by outside. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel a little relieved. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter when he came back to look for Xiongquan and help him repair his dantian. If I really want to calculate the value of the word sword on the mountain wall of this canyon, I'm afraid it's even more valuable than all the fortuitous encounters I've had in the past. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. The reason he thought so was naturally because of the message left behind by Feng Qingyang, who called himself the Sword Saint. Although Feng Qingyang's message was not long, each and every word he left behind showed how powerful he was. If that Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging, he's most likely someone who once stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like, "If I obtain half of the comprehension he left behind in the Sword Tao, I'll be able to roam freely in the Tao Martial Saint Land and ascend." Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound resonated in the air and completely disrupted Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the sound. It was where Feng Tianwu was standing. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body was rolling and burning continuously. The fierce aura on the flame continued to rise. This aura! With just a glance, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. Heavens! What did he discover? At this moment, the spiritual energy that he extended out clearly sensed that the Sword Saint's aura had changed. The sword concept that emanated from the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body had actually transformed from the elementary sword concept to the intermediate sword concept. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary intermediate sword concept. 7th level intermediate sword concept. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively raised his head and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. There were 80 ancient horned dragons, silhouettes hovering beside the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were lifelike and had a majestic aura. The sword concept was equivalent to the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 10:23. Feng Tianwu, a person who did not even comprehend sword force in the past, had comprehended the 7th level intermediate sword concept just because of the word sword on the mountain wall. It was shocking. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He was once again shocked by the sword saint Feng Qingyang's technique. Just carving the word sword on the mountain wall had caused such a huge change to him and Tianwu. If he did not witness it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes widened and shock filled his face. At this moment, he was shocked to see something. The heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head stirred, and the heaven and earth phenomenon continued to change. At the same time, the aura emitted by the sword-shaped flame on Feng Tianwu's body became even more ferocious. As the flame soared into the sky, it seemed as though it could pierce through the sky. 8th level intermediate sword concept. 9th level intermediate sword concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. The shock on his face did not disappear at all, apart from the heaven and earth phenomenon. His spiritual energy had also detected that the sword concept on Feng Tianwu's sword-shaped flame was getting stronger every second. 2nd level advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian was completely shocked when he realized Feng Tianwu's sword concept had improved to such a level. How's this possible? Even Xiong Quan, who had comprehended sword force earlier, only managed to comprehend the 1st level advanced sword concept after receiving the guidance from the word sword on the mountain wall. Tianwu didn't even comprehend sword force before. How's it possible that her improvement is greater than Xiong Quan's? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. He remembered that Xiong Quan had already comprehended the advanced sword force when his dantian was crippled. However, after going through the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall, he only managed to comprehend the 1st level advanced sword concept. Could it be that because everyone has a different level of comprehension, the sword character on the mountain wall is of different help to each person? For a moment, Duan Lingtian could only think this way. That seemed to be the only explanation for what was happening in front of him. Other than this, he really couldn't think of a second possibility. However, very soon, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were mercilessly crushed by reality, making him realize that the whole thing was not as simple as he thought. 3rd level advanced sword concept. 4th level advanced sword concept. 5th level advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to sense the changes in Feng Tianwu's sword concept as he watched the changes in the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head. He was completely numb. Finally, the aura of the sword concept stopped changing. Meanwhile, the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally returned to normal, and the heaven and earth phenomenon completely froze there. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes that filled the sky wriggled down. They were lifelike, and it was a visual shock. There were a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was the heaven and earth phenomenon that was created when Feng Tianwu used her fire concept and sword concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. When the two concepts were cast together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The 9th level advanced fire concept was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, Feng Tianwu's sword concept was the 9th level advanced sword concept. Even if it's me, after receiving the guidance of that sword character, I can only improve my 9th level intermediate sword concept to the 5th level advanced sword concept. Tian Wu transformed from a martial artist who did not comprehend sword force to a martial artist who comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept in such a short time. Even if Tian Wu's comprehension is stronger than mine, it shouldn't be so much stronger, right? This is too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian's emotions were extremely agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. In the past, Feng Tianwu, who did not even come into contact with sword force, had comprehended the 9th level advanced sword concept under the guidance of the word sword on the mountain wall. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled, no matter how hard he thought about it. Now, he could practically confirm that it was definitely not a problem with his comprehension ability. At this moment, Feng Tianwu woke up. What a powerful strength! Is this the concept of sword? After Feng Tianwu woke up, she stretched out both of her arms, and the sword-shaped flame sword. It seemed to have transformed into 2 flaming greatswords, causing the air to emit a wave of scorching aura. Tian Wu, how did you do it? Suddenly, Feng Tianwu heard her dreamy voice, and she could not help but return to her senses. After the sword-shaped flame on her body vanished, she smiled as she looked at the source of the voice. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. It seemed to be able to captivate all living things, causing Duan Lingtian to be in a daze for a while. It was as though he had forgotten the important matter. Elder brother Duan, what did you ask me earlier? It was only when Feng Tianwu's gentle and pleasant voice entered his ears that Duan Lingtian shuddered and completely returned to his senses. He smiled wryly and said, I asked about your sword concept. Sword concept? A hint of confusion appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face. Try to cast your sword concept and look at the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy gathered by it. Perhaps even you don't know what level it's at now, Duan Lingtian said. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. Subsequently, she intended to execute her sword concept according to what Duan Lingtian said. Suddenly, as if she'd noticed something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows eased up. In the next moment, flames that covered the sky soared from her body and emitted waves of scorching aura. It emitted waves of heat that assaulted Duan Lingtian's face, and it caused him to be unable to help but narrow his eyes. He felt that it was slightly strange. Didn't he ask Tian Wu to unleash her sword concept? Why did she execute her fire concept? At practically the same time that Duan Lingtian felt that it was strange, the flames that soared from Feng Tianwu's body gave birth to waves of fierce aura that caused the flames that covered the sky to transform into sword-shaped flames. Ninth level advance sword concept? When Feng Tianwu saw the 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that appeared in the sky above her, she was dumbstruck for a moment. She was unable to regain her senses for a long time. Although she could feel that the sword concept that she had comprehended was not simple, she did not expect it to be so powerful. Ninth level advance sword concept. It was on par with the ninth level advance fire concept that she had comprehended. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked at Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression. I noticed that you executed your fire concept before executing your sword concept. I wonder if it was intentional or you had no choice but to do so. After Duan Lingtian asked this question, he stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu as if he was eager to know the answer. I don't know what's going on as well. However, if I didn't execute my fire concept first, I wouldn't be able to communicate with my sword concept. Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows knit together once more as she recalled the scene from before. The sword concept seems to have been born from the fire concept. As expected, after hearing Feng Tianwu's reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he completely confirmed it. Earlier, the process of Feng Tianwu executing her sword concept made him feel a little familiar. This sort of feeling was similar to when he first utilized wind concept, before he was able to utilize fire concept, and the latter was born within the wind concept. Elder brother Duan, do you know why? When Feng Tianwu saw the sudden realization in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she could not help but ask curiously, Tianwu, if I'm not mistaken, your sword concept is born from the fire concept. Not only that, as long as you execute your fire profundity, you'll also be able to create a sword profundity of the same level. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he did not know why the sword concept could be born from the fire concept, all of this was ultimately because of the word sword on the mountain wall. That sword, Saint Feng Qingyang, he's really not simple. He actually allowed Tianwu to use her fire concept to create her sword concept. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. He knew very well in his heart. Tianwu's sword concept that was born from the fire concept was a completely different concept from the sword concept that she comprehended on her own. For the former, as long as her fire concept improved, her sword concept would improve as well. There was no need for her to comprehend it. As for the latter, she would need to comprehend it herself. This was similar to the method he used to create his fire concept, using his wind concept through the roaming dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. His fire concept did not require him to comprehend it as well. As long as his wind concept improved, his fire concept would improve as well. Once he comprehended the wind profundity in the future, his wind profundity would also create his fire profundity. Boom! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura charging at him. He noticed the flames on Feng Tianwu's body had soared. She had cast her fire profundity. First level monarch stage, fire profundity. The heaven and earth energy in the air stirred. The 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that were formed by the 9th level advanced fire concept soon turned into 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Tianwu is trying to create her sword profundity? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He could guess Feng Tianwu's plan. In the next moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body swayed and transformed into an even more vast sword-shaped flame that pointed at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Feng Tianwu's head that were originally formed by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by her 9th level advanced sword concept had now become 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1024. After casting the first level monarch stage fire profundity, Feng Tianwu used it to generate the first level monarch stage sword profundity as well. The strength of the 2 first level monarch stage profundities was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons when they were combined. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Feng Tianwu use the fire profundity to generate the sword profundity. He reminded her solemnly, "Don't communicate or cast the fire profundity again if it's not necessary." At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the restlessness of the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body through his extended spiritual energy. It was as though it was going to explode from Feng Tianwu's body. For a moment, his heart was filled with concern and anxiety. He did not want Feng Tianwu to die. Okay. Feng Tianwu smiled happily when she heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the anxiety on Duan Lingtian's face. She nodded obediently. At the same time, the fire profundity on her body faded away. So did the sword profundity. This is unbelievable. After dispersing the two profundities, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Who's the person who left the word sword behind? To think that a martial artist like me, who didn't even comprehend sword force, could comprehend the same level of sword concept that was generated from the fire concept in one fell swoop. Feng Tianwu was even more shocked by her experience this time. There's a passage of words over there. You'll know who left it when you take a look. Duan Lingtian glanced at the corner of the mountain wall where the word sword was carved and reminded Feng Tianwu. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. I wonder how the word sword merged the sword concept into Tian Wu's fire concept. Could it be because Tian Wu has the fire spirit body? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Otherwise, why didn't the word sword fuse the sword concept into my other concepts? Or perhaps it's because Tian Wu didn't even come into contact with sword force before this. So the sword concept she comprehended automatically fused with her fire concept? Duan Lingtian guessed again that this might be the case. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's eyes suddenly lit up. She glanced at the side of the mountain wall, not far away. Her gaze was quickly attracted by the words that she could not see clearly due to the distance. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's figure moved and flew out. Like a fire spirit, she arrived in front of the mountain wall and carefully looked at the words on it. The words were left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu was also shocked when she finished reading the words. Cloud Continent is only a mortal continent, a martial artist on Cloud Continent, a mortal realm martial artist, Dao martial saintland, ascended to the immortal realm. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Compared to Duan Lingtian, she was even more bewildered and completely unable to make sense of what was going on. After all, Duan Lingtian had come into contact with someone suspected to be from the Dao martial saint land before. It was the black-clad middle-aged man who had transformed Zhao Ming into a human puppet. From the black-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian learned about the origin of the 3 talismans his cheapskate father had left for him. At the same time, he also learned about the Dao martial saint land. For example, the talismans were Dao talismans. Moreover, they were drawn by a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was immersed in the word sword on the mountain wall, finally regained his senses. He heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His face was filled with bewilderment. What did those words mean? Xiong Quan frowned and muttered to himself as though he was thinking about something. He had a feeling that as long as he understood the meaning of those words, his sword concept would definitely improve. Moreover, it would not be as simple as improving by just 1 or 2 levels. Xiong Quan! A voice resonated, causing Xiong Quan to jolt awake. At the same time, he instinctively looked at the source of the voice. There stood an extraordinarily handsome, purple-clad young man with a graceful bearing. Young master. Facing this purple-clad young man, Xiong Quan did not dare to slack at all. He greeted him respectfully. Xiong Quan, how did you find this place? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the fact that Xiong Quan was able to find this place was not only a great fortune for him, but it was also a great fortune for him and Feng Tianwu. In fact, as long as someone came here in the future, they would be able to obtain a great fortune as well. The gigantic word sword on the mountain wall in this canyon could be considered as a priceless treasure. To a certain extent, it could change a person's life, putting other people aside. Xiong Quan. Logically speaking, with Xiong Quan's comprehension ability, it was almost impossible for him to comprehend the void transformation concept. However, because of the word sword on the mountain wall, Xiong Quan was able to comprehend the first-level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. It even stimulated his potential in the sword Dao. In the future, Xiong Quan might even be able to comprehend the sword profundity, let alone the higher-level sword concept. The word sword on the mountain wall helped Xiong Quan complete a rebirth. According to the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, as long as we comprehend half of the sword Dao contained in the word sword that he left behind, we'll be able to rule the entire Dao martial saint land. Based on this, we can see that whether it's me, Tianwu, or Xiong Quan, we've only comprehended the surface of the sword Dao contained in the word sword that he left behind. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Young master. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Xiong Quan replied respectfully, I discovered this canyon when I was hunting in the mountain half a month ago. After I came in, I was attracted by the word sword on the mountain wall. When I woke up, I realized the 7th level elementary sword concept that I originally comprehended had transformed into the 1st level advanced sword concept in one fell swoop. Xiong Quan could not help but be pleasantly surprised when he recalled the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Xiong Quan, you've already comprehended the 7th level elementary sword concept before you found this place? It seems like you haven't been slacking off all these years. I've always wanted to follow you around and solve your problems in the future. Due to this reason, I didn't dare to slack off, Xiong Quan said earnestly. His words came from the bottom of his heart, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. It was filled with warmth. Now that your dantian has been repaired, your cultivation base will be restored soon. You can continue to follow me around in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Thank you, young master. Xiong Quan's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly thanked him. Initially, he thought that even if his dantian was repaired, his young master might not allow him to follow him around since his cultivation base had not improved. He did not expect his young master would take the initiative to ask him to follow him around. This caused him to be slightly overjoyed. Apart from you, is there anyone else who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian asked again. 10 days ago, I brought Eru here once. I originally wanted to let Eru comprehend the sword concept from the word sword, but I never expected that Eru would only take a glance at the word sword before fainting. He was unconscious for an entire 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. When Xiong Quan spoke up to hear, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. He fainted. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he guessed the reason. It should be a problem with his spiritual energy. Whose spiritual energy is only at the origin core stage. It's difficult for him to withstand the sword Dao contained in the word sword. As for Xiong Quan, although his dantian is crippled and he lost his cultivation base, his spiritual energy is not affected at all. It's still at the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder Brother Duan, do you think the message left behind by the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, can be trusted? In this world, there are actually 2 other mortal continents, similar to the Cloud Continent and the Dao Martial Saint Land that we don't know about. At this moment, Feng Tianwu returned and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Tianwu, it's up to you whether you can trust it or not. As for me, I don't dare to say that I can't trust anything before I've traveled to every corner of this world, Duan Lingtian said slowly. Feng Tianwu nodded in agreement with Duan Lingtian's words. This mountain wall with the word sword carved on it, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the nearby mountain wall. After a flash of light, a crazy idea rose in his heart before he flew out. Whoosh! A sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian's hand trembled, the sword ray on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot out toward the side of the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. Elder brother Duan wants to separate that side of the mountain wall and bring it away. It was not difficult for Feng Tianwu to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She had to admit that this idea was crazy. However, she asked herself, if it was her, she would have done the same as well. Based on the sword concept that she could use with the fire concept, the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it could be considered a priceless treasure. Unfortunately, although it was a good idea, it might not be realized. Clang! The sword ray that Duan Lingtian shot out landed on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it. However, it seemed to have collided with something hard. It did not even leave a mark on it. Clang! 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 Duan Lingtian, who did not believe in heresy, attacked with his sword from tricky angles. However, he realized that as long as it was on the mountain wall with the word sword carved on it, he could not damage it at all. Unless I move the entire mountain. However, even if I can move it, my spatial ring won't be big enough to store it. Duan Lingtian was slightly troubled by this. Chapter 10:25. A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon would not be able to contain the mountain in front of him. Even if it could, Duan Lingtian did not have a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon at the moment. A spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon could only be refined by a royal-grade weapon craftsman. If Duan Lingtian wanted to become a royal-grade weapon craftsman, he would have to wait until his cultivation base had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage, and he would be able to condense the royal-grade pill fire with his origin energy. Of course, there are a few royal-grade spirit weapon spatial rings in the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian, who'd searched through all the memories of the rebirth martial emperor that were related to the great treasure, naturally knew this clearly. However, why is the half of the mountain with the word sword so much harder than the other half? I don't feel any inscription formations, aura, or fluctuation on it. This is strange. Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword and left a bottomless crack on the other half of the mountain. It was as though he was cutting tofu. However, the half of the mountain with the word sword seemed to be enchanted. It was difficult to destroy it. At the very least, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to destroy it at the moment. It seems like this has something to do with Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword behind. Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself. It was not difficult for him to figure out the reason. Forget it, I'll just leave it here for now. Duan Lingtian sighed helplessly. I'll come here to study the word sword when I need it in the future to comprehend the sword Tao contained in it. What a pity. At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have realized something as well. She sighed softly. Unlike Feng Tianwu, Xiongquan was stunned when he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head. Why, young master? After a while, he lost his composure and called out to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. The 3,500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Duan Lingtian's had almost filled half of the sky above the canyon. When Xiongquan saw it, he was so shocked that his pupils shrunk again. Xiongquan had never expected this. In less than 10 years, that young man who hadn't even stepped into the nascent soul stage had already possessed such a terrifying cultivation that he could only look up to. Xiongquan, no matter how strong I am now, I'm still your young master. This will never change. Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen the bitterness and inferiority in Xiong Quan's eyes. He smiled gently, as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Young master. When Xiong Quan heard this, his eyes were filled with excitement, and his stubbled face flushed red. In addition, if you follow me out to explore in the future, you will sooner or later possess strength like mine. Even if you surpass me now, it will only be a matter of time. Duan Lingtian added. Young master, can I really do that? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan's breathing quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. He asked with a face full of disbelief. Although his attainments in the sword concept had improved a lot through the mysterious word sword on the mountain wall, and he was even confident that he would be able to comprehend a higher level of sword concept in the near future, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, that was only limited to his comprehension ability. His innate talent that was not considered strong had unknowingly limited the improvement of his cultivation base. Xiong Quan, are you doubting my words? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile. Xiong Quan wouldn't dare. Xiong Quan hurriedly lowered his head, afraid that Duan Lingtian would be angered. All right, let's go back first. After Duan Lingtian looked at the word sword on the mountain wall with reluctance, he called out to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before leaving the remote canyon. After leaving the one-line sky entrance of the canyon, Xiong Quan began to tidy up the forest outside so that it would perfectly block the entrance of the canyon. Apart from you, only heir who knows about this place? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan as though he wanted to confirm it further. Yes, Xiong Quan replied respectfully. Then he said, I've already told heir who that he's not allowed to tell anyone about this place. Therefore, even his parents don't know about this place. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and could not help but feel relieved. It seemed like only he, Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and heir who knew about this place. As long as they did not spread the news, there would not be a fifth person who knew about it. Let's go. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the three of them rushed back to Xiong village. Elder brother Duan. Along the way, Feng Tianwu could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Earlier, you said Xiong Quan will possess a strength similar to yours, or even surpass yours. Do you mean he'll have to wait until he comprehends the sword profundity? Of course not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said through voice transmission with a serious expression on his face, I'll try my best to let him possess strength that's not inferior to mine before he comprehended the sword profundity. Is that possible? Feng Tianwu was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Although Xiong Quan's attainment in the sword Dao won't be low with the guidance of the sword Dao contained in the word sword, but that can only mean that his comprehension ability in the sword concept and sword profundity is not low. His cultivation base, put aside the fact that his Dantian has just been repaired, it'll still take some time for him to recover to his former level. Even if he recovers his former cultivation base, with his innate talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to achieve great things. Even if we use spirit fruits, the effect won't be obvious because his innate talent isn't strong enough. Feng Tianwu continued. She was not looking down on Xiong Quan when she said that. She was merely stating a fact and her personal opinion. Tianwu, do you know about meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth? Although innate talent is innate, if there's a fortuitous encounter, it might not be impossible to reverse. Duan Lingtian smiled. Putting everything else aside, just his innate talent alone was not weak. But when he consumed sufficient 10,000-year stalactite milk in the stalactite cave at the side of the peak of the seven-star Sword Sex Migras Peak, his natural talent instead advanced a step further, and it advanced to the limit that a martial artist in Cloud Continent could attain. Putting the 10,000-year stalactite milk aside, just the young miss of the Ye family, Yi Xian, whom he met in the eastern district's Drift Cloud town in the northern desert. Yi Xian's innate talent was not high as well. However, after he merged his origin energy and spiritual energy into Yi Xian's body and executed an exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Yi Xian's innate talent underwent a tremendous change. Although the increase in innate talent of a person who underwent meridian and marrow cleansing using that method was not as great as a martial artist who consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and completed rebirth, it was not much different. Meridian and marrow cleansing? Rebirth? Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes focused when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She was not unfamiliar with these two words. However, it was extremely difficult to realize them. After all, items that could help a person undergo meridian and marrow cleansing and rebirth were all rare treasures on Cloud Continent. They could only be chanced upon by luck. Could it be that elder brother Duan has such a treasure on him? Feng Tianwu could not help but guess. The more she guessed, the more certain she was. Along the way, there were too many miracles that had happened to her elder brother Duan. It was so many that she was numb to it. However, she did not know that Duan Lingtian did not have any treasure on him. As long as I use the exclusive technique from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory to cleanse Xiong Quan's meridian and increase his innate talent, it won't take long for him to recover his peak cultivation base. In the future, I'll look for some spirit fruits for him. His cultivation base will catch up very quickly. On the way back to Xiong village, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Xiong Quan had already comprehended the void transformation concept. As long as his innate talent could keep up, coupled with the help of the spirit fruits, his cultivation base would be able to rise to the void transformation stage without any restrictions. When they returned to Xiong village again, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were treated as VIPs and received a warm reception. In the next few days, the two of them stayed in the village. Since Xiong Quan wanted to leave, he naturally had to inform the people in the village. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were waiting for him to finish before they left together. Uncle Xiong Quan, are you really leaving again? When Heir Hu had already grown up, heard that Xiong Quan was leaving, his eyes turned red. This tall and sturdy young man displayed his true childish nature in front of Xiong Quan. Heir Hu, after Uncle Xiong Quan leaves, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of protecting the village to you. Xiong Quan patted Heir Hu's shoulder and said with a grin, Heir Hu, Big Brother Lingtian will leave behind a set of cultivation methods and a few sets of martial skills for you. No matter if it's the cultivation methods or martial skills, they're all sword cultivation methods and martial skills. Duan Lingtian looked at Heir Hu and said with a smile, Apart from that, I'll also leave you the medicinal pills you need for your cultivation. When you break through to the void prying stage, you can go to the canyon to look at the word sword and comprehend the truth and essence of the sword Tao from it. When he spoke up to this point, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. However, you must remember, you can't tell anyone about that place. Otherwise, once someone finds out about that place, they might choose to kill you to prevent others from finding out. Duan Lingtian warned Heir Hu again. Big Brother Lingtian, I'll definitely not tell anyone. Heir Hu promised with a solemn expression. After leaving the cultivation methods, martial skills, medicinal pills, and a few spirit weapons that he casually refined to Heir Hu, Duan Lingtian left with Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan. They did not greet the other villagers and chose to leave quietly. After leaving the Xiong family village, they did not leave the surrounding mountains. Instead, they returned to the canyon again. We don't know when we'll be able to come back after leaving this time. The three of us should try our best to obtain more sword Tao comprehension from the word sword. Remember the sword Tao comprehension in our minds, and we'll slowly explore it after we leave. As long as we comprehend it, our strength will definitely rise to another level. Chapter 10:26. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Both Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan nodded in agreement. They knew what Duan Lingtian meant. This time, after they left, they did not know when they would return to study the word sword on the mountain wall and comprehend the way of the sword contained within it. Now they could study it for a long time and forcibly memorize the cryptic information that originated from the word sword in their minds so that they could slowly comprehend it when they returned. Once they comprehended the cryptic information, it was equivalent to further understanding the way of the sword contained within the word sword, and their strength would be greatly enhanced. Remember as much as you can. We'll do our best. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan before shifting his gaze to the mountain wall not far away. To be precise, he shifted his gaze to the word sword on the mountain wall. Since the word sword could not be separated from the mountain wall and taken away, he could only do this and try his best to comprehend the information transmitted from the word sword. The cryptic information would become a great asset to him in the days to come. Seeing Duan Lingtian staring at the word sword on the mountain wall as if he was possessed, Feng Tianwu did not hesitate and also looked at the word sword. As Feng Tianwu immersed herself in the word sword on the mountain wall and received the information transmitted to her heart's content, Xiong Quan also made his move. I won't be a burden to the young master. Xiong Quan took a deep breath and also looked at the word sword on the mountain wall. Ever since he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew that even if he followed the young master in the future, he would only be able to do menial tasks. It would be impossible for him to protect the young master like he did before. Now he only hoped that he would have enough strength to protect himself as soon as possible so that he would not be a burden to the young master. Time passed quietly. A month later, boom! A soft sound came from within the canyon. Xiong Quan's eyes, which were originally lifeless, suddenly lit up. His entire body trembled and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Xiong Quan was sweating profusely. His sweat dripped down like rain. He supported himself with both hands and panted heavily. After persevering for so long, I still couldn't persevere any further in the end. The amount of information transmitted from that sword character was too great. With my current spiritual power, it's difficult for me to receive more. After a while, Xiong Quan caught his breath and muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad young lady who were standing together and grinned. Young Master and Miss Tian will really look like a golden couple. The purple-robed young man was handsome and elegant. The woman in red was so beautiful that she could topple a city. At first glance, they were simply a match made in heaven. Xiong Quan, who was the first to wake up, did not leave. He sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. At the same time, he vigilantly sensed his surroundings, especially the entrance of the canyon, the one-lined sky, to guard against any wild beasts that accidentally entered. Time flew by, and another month had passed. The woman in red finally made a move. Feng Tianwu's gaze flickered, and there was a hint of vitality in her eyes. She who staggered reacted in time to stabilize her body. At the same time, her beautiful face was faintly covered in sweat. Elder brother Duan is still comprehending? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was next to her. When she saw that Duan Lingtian showed no signs of waking up, her beautiful eyes flashed. That's true. Elder brother Duan's spiritual power is much stronger than mine. The amount of information transmitted from the sword character on the mountain wall that could be forcefully received depended on one's spiritual power. All these years, Xiong Quan's spiritual power had been maintained at the 7th level of the void prying stage because he could not cultivate. Therefore, he was the first to be rejected by the sword character on the mountain wall. Now, even if he looked at the sword character again, he would not be immersed in it anymore because the burden on his spiritual power had reached its limit. Unless he could comprehend and digest the obscure information that he received, it was almost impossible for him to obtain any benefits from the sword character. Due to the fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu could no longer consume spirit fruits to cultivate after she had broken through to the void interpretation stage. Once she consumed spirit fruits, her fire spirit body would be forcefully activated and even erupt in advance. At that time, she would perish. It was precisely because of this that her cultivation base was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and her spiritual power was also only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. The 4th level of the void interpretation stage's spiritual power was much stronger than Xiong Quan's spiritual power. Therefore, compared to Xiong Quan, she received an extra month's worth of Sword Dao comprehension from the sword character. As for Duan Lingtian, his cultivation base was at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, and his spiritual power was at the 7th level of the void transformation stage. With his spiritual power at the 7th level of the void transformation stage, he was destined to receive more Sword Dao comprehension from the sword character. Xiong Quan, how long have I been looking at the sword character? Feng Tianwu asked curiously as she looked at Xiong Quan. Miss Tianwu, I'm not too sure about the exact time. However, you only woke up a month after I woke up, Xiong Quan replied honestly. Yes. He said this because he did not know how long he had been looking at the sword character. Feng Tianwu nodded. When her gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it was as gentle as water, as though it could melt everything. I think elder brother Duan should be able to hold on for another 1 or 2 months. Feng Tianwu speculated inwardly based on the comparison between her spiritual power and Xiong Quan's spiritual power. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a baby greedily sucking on breast milk as he greedily received the obscure and incomprehensible information from the sword character on the mountain wall. He did not know how long had passed, and he did not care about how long had passed. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Within the range of his spiritual power, he would try his best to receive the Sword Dao comprehension contained in the sword character and store it in the depths of his mind. He would take the time to comprehend it in the future, just as Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan were silently waiting for Duan Lingtian to wake up. 4 uninvited guests arrived at the Dark Han dynasty. Whoosh! 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 For figures flew across the sky and arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital in just a blink of an eye. Their speed was so fast that it was as though they had appeared out of thin air. Soon after, the 4 figures appeared above the most luxurious building in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. This was the Imperial Palace in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. At the same time, the Imperial Palace was where the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family that ruled the Dark Han dynasty resided. When the 4 figures appeared, one could vaguely see that the leader was a sturdy old man. One could not tell if the old man was happy or angry, but there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. Behind him, an old man and 2 middle-aged men followed him like shadows, respectfully and reverently. Dark Han dynasty's emperor, get out here. One of the middle-aged men opened his mouth and spoke. His voice that contained origin energy spread out like thunder in the sky and swept down, enveloping the entire imperial palace. Whoosh! As the voice spread out, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Who's that? Who's so bold? Who dares to challenge our Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's dignity? He's seeking death. In the imperial palace, many guards, eunuchs, and palace maids discussed among themselves. All of them felt that the owner of the voice was seeking death. In the Dark Han dynasty, the imperial family was the absolute ruler. In the Dark Han dynasty, nobody or any force dared to provoke the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. However, today not only did someone come to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family to cause trouble, but he even openly asked the person in charge of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the Supreme Emperor, to get out here. Those who trespass into the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family will be killed without mercy. Soon after, a thunderous voice spread out in the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in black armor led a group of people in black armor into the sky. Not long after, they were high up in the sky, staring at the four uninvited guests with covetous eyes. It's Commander Hong. Humph! That person even summoned the strongest commander of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family's black, mysterious army. Looks like he's not far from death. As the commander of the black, mysterious army, Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation powerhouse. Waves of exclamations spread out in the imperial palace. More people stared at the sky. The sky was clear today, and they could vaguely see 2 groups of people standing in the sky. One of the groups only had 4 people. The other group had more than 10 people, other than one of them who stood alone in front. The rest of them formed a circle and surrounded the 4 people in front. I'll give you one more chance. Ask your Dark Han Dynasty's emperor to come out. When the middle-aged man who asked the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor to come out saw that the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor did not come out, his expression turned grave immediately. He looked at the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor with a gloomy expression. He was an elder from Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert. He was a 9th-level void transformation powerhouse. In his opinion, coming to a rural place like the Dark Han Dynasty was enough for the master to personally come out to welcome him. However, the master did not come out even after he took the initiative to greet him. How could he not be angry? You've repeatedly humiliated His Majesty. You deserve death. Black mysterious army, listen up. Kill without mercy. When the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor heard the words of the Izumo sect's middle-aged man, his expression changed drastically. He shouted and gave the order immediately. Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the other dozen or so guards in black armor turned cold and rushed toward the Izumo sect elder one after another. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, a series of explosions resonated in the sky and swept down. It entered the ears of many people who were watching the show in the Imperial Palace. How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Chapter 10:27. In the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace, horror dawned on the group of people who were looking up at the sky. Some of them were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble violently as though they had seen something terrifying. I'm not dreaming. How's this possible? Many of them even pinched their thighs instinctively. The pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them that everything was real. Everything in front of them was real. They were not dreaming. In the sky, more than 10 soldiers of the Black Dark Army, including the commander of the Black Dark Army, the sturdy middle-aged man in black armor, exploded at the same time as though they had discussed it beforehand. The rain of blood splattered in all directions like a dozen blooming fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. However, the group of people who were watching on the ground did not have the mood to enjoy this. Fear rose in their hearts as chills ran down their spines. This is too terrifying. Those 4 people didn't even move, but Commander Hong and more than 10 soldiers from the Black Armored Army are all dead. Commander Hong is a 9th-level void interpretation stage expert at any rate, yet he actually died so inexplicably. Who are they? No wonder they dared to come to the Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace in such a high-profile manner and asked His Majesty the Emperor to come out. As it turns out, they're such terrifying people. At this moment, the entire Dark Han Dynasty's Imperial Palace was in chaos. Many people began to flee from the Imperial Palace. In their opinion, the 4 people from the Black Armored Army were hostile. The 4 people in the sky did not come with good intentions. Who knew if they would make a move and wipe out the entire royal family? At that moment, they would definitely die if they stayed in the Imperial Palace. Run, run. If we don't run, we might die here. The imperial palace's guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fled out of the imperial palace in a panic as though the sky had collapsed. Many of them stood rooted to the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and their legs felt as though they were filled with lead. They wanted to flee, but they realized their legs were no longer under their control. Who are those 4 people? At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It rang through the entire imperial palace, causing many people who wanted to flee to calm down. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has come out. I heard His Majesty has broken through to the void transformation stage a few months ago, coupled with a few old princes who have also broken through to the void transformation stage. He shouldn't be afraid of those 4 people. Amidst the waves of discussion, many people dispelled the thought of fleeing, and they all stopped moving and looked at the 5 figures that rose into the sky. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe took the lead, and behind him were 4 old men. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people in the palace. They were none other than the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the 4 old princes of the Dark Han dynasty. Since the end of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor returned with a rewarding journey and brought back numerous concept fragments. In a short period of time, he created 5 void transformation stage powerhouses for the imperial family, including himself. Today, the 5 of them could no longer sit still after witnessing the soldiers of the Black Mysterious Army being turned into a bloody rain in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor brought the 4 old princes to the sky and confronted the 4 people led by the sturdy old man. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. "You're the Dark Han dynasty's emperor?" The middle-aged man behind the robust old man who had asked the Dark Han dynasty's emperor to come out twice looked at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor with an unfriendly expression. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as if he was about to swallow the Dark Han dynasty's emperor whole. "How dare you?" At this moment, one of the old princes behind the Dark Han dynasty's emperor stepped forward and glared at the middle-aged man. He reprimanded, "Don't you know the rules? Your master hasn't even spoken. What right do you have to speak to our Dark Han dynasty's emperor like that? Right?" The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. However, he could not help but laugh. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face as he laughed. Subsequently, he slowly raised his hand and muttered, "I'm afraid you won't be able to see it when I prove that I have the right." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his hand shook, and he pointed his finger at lightning speed. Whoosh! An extremely fast finger force shot out from the tip of his finger, setting off a short-lived, whistling sound. From the beginning until the end, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the other 4 people did not manage to react in time. When the 4 of them regained their senses, horror dawned on them. They noticed there was a bloody hole between the brows of the old prince, who spoke earlier. Spurt! An arrow of blood spurted out from the bloody hole. With a pair of dim eyes, the old prince collapsed and fell to the ground. A first-level void transformation martial artist was dead. Boom! The old prince's body fell and landed on a spacious square in the imperial palace. It turned into a pile of minced meat. Blood stained the ground and gathered together to form a small stream. At this moment, the crowd in the imperial palace was dead silent. They were stunned for a moment before they ran out of the imperial palace like crazy. They did not dare to hesitate at all. "Oh my God! His Majesty and the 4 old princes are all powerhouses at the first level void transformation stage." However, in just a blink of an eye, one of the old princes died without even seeing how that person did it. How terrifying! Who are these people? Don't tell me they're powerhouses from the foreign lands. It's possible. The entire imperial palace was in chaos. Not only were the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids fleeing, but even the concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem were fleeing as well. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor was anxious when he saw the chaos. However, he was not in the mood to care about this. He knew if he did not handle this matter properly, it would be a disaster for the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Seniors, it's a blessing for the Dark Han dynasty that all of you are here. I'm the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. May I know why the four of you are looking for me? Although one of his imperial uncles was killed by the other party in just a blink of an eye, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor did not feel any resentment at all. This was because he knew it was useless, even if he felt resentment. He would not be able to take revenge at all. In order to protect the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he had no choice but to grovel in front of these four suspected powerhouses from the foreign lands. From the beginning until the end, he did not dare to put on airs as the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. The person following behind is so terrifying. He killed 11th imperial uncle, whose cultivation base had broken through to the first level void transformation stage with just a finger. He was so fast that he didn't even use the heaven and earth energy, let alone the heaven and earth phenomenon. If he wants to annihilate the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he can do it alone. However, he's only following behind this old man. It's obvious his status is far inferior to this old man. How powerful is this old man? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor's heart jolted when he saw the sturdy old man leading the four men. He hurriedly looked away as his heart trembled. He did not have the courage to continue thinking about it. Humph! The middle-aged man who killed one of the Dark Han dynasty's old princes snorted coldly. Of course. There's a reason why we're here. I heard there's a person called Duan Lingtian among the group of young powerhouses who participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor narrowed his eyes when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Naturally, he was familiar with this name. It was because of this person that he was able to obtain a large amount of rewards after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. May I know why you're asking about Duan Lingtian Sr.? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor asked with a fearful expression. Slap. The middle-aged man did not seem to have made any move, but a crisp slap sound resonated in the air. A burning palm print appeared on the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's face. Should I be the one asking you the question? Or should you be the one asking me the question? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a deep voice. It was obvious he had slapped the Dark Han dynasty's emperor at lightning speed. How fast? The 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive behind the Dark Han dynasty's emperor had a change of expression. They were not prepared when the middle-aged man made his move earlier. Although they were prepared this time, they still could not catch any trace of the middle-aged man making his move. At this moment, they realized it deeply. The middle-aged man was not someone they could compare to. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor took a deep breath. Although he felt his dignity was being trampled on, he did not dare to speak out. He was afraid he would follow in the footsteps of the old prince. Senior, I don't know much about Duan Lingtian. I only know he's a young powerhouse from the Darkstone Empire. Before, he represented the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He was a young powerhouse recommended by the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition organized by the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor spoke slowly and pushed all the blame to the Darkstone Empire. Darkstone Empire. This time the sturdy old man in the lead spoke before the middle-aged man could speak. His eyes flashed as he stared at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. The deep gaze caused the Dark Han dynasty's emperor to feel a chill run down his spine, and his body was shocked to the point of trembling for no reason. Where is it? The sturdy old man paused for a moment before he asked. It's in the south. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor said in a panic. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of the Darkstone Empire. He did not dare to be negligent. Let's go. Almost as soon as the Dark Han dynasty's emperor finished speaking, the sturdy old man spat out a word and disappeared before the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the 3 old princes who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other 3 old princes narrowed their eyes. Did he just disappear before their eyes? Just how powerful was this old man? However, their pupils quickly constricted again and again. The 3 people behind the sturdy old man, an old man and 2 middle-aged men, also disappeared before their eyes after the sturdy old man disappeared into thin air. Chapter 10:28. Who? Who are they? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the 4 of them left. However, his face was still filled with fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. There's no doubt they're powerhouses from the foreign lands. However, I wonder why they're looking for Duan Lingtian. The old prince who led the young powerhouses from the Dark Han Dynasty to the Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was also Zishang's master. He was puzzled. It's definitely not something good. The other old prince's eyes gleamed brightly. Although the old man didn't say why he was looking for Duan Lingtian, I saw a hint of hatred in the depth of his eyes when he found out Duan Lingtian was from the Darkstone Empire. Then, if Duan Lingtian really returns to the Dark Han Dynasty, he'll definitely die? The last old prince's eyes widened. Although they had never seen Duan Lingtian before, they knew Duan Lingtian had contributed a lot to their cultivation base, being able to break through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly done them a huge favor. For this reason, they could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, the person in question, was still in a daze in the depths of a remote mountain valley in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Naturally, he was not really in a daze. Duan Lingtian stood there and stared at the word sword on the mountain wall in the distance, as though he was possessed. Not far away, a red-clad woman sat cross-legged in the air as she cultivated quietly. A middle-aged man was practicing his sword near the entrance of the valley. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rose and fell one after another. Every time he made a move, the sword in his hand would condense a solid sword aura. Then it would fly out and penetrate into the mountain wall on one side of the mountain. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. I can't be a burden to the young master. I can't be a burden to young master. The middle-aged man muttered something under his breath. Almost at the same time, his potential seemed to have been broken, and his speed increased even more. Duan Lingtian didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he was trying his best to absorb the Sword Dao insights contained in the word sword, and store them in his mind one by one through his spiritual power. As time passed, he gradually felt his mental strength becoming weaker and weaker. It was as if he had reached his limit. However, he still resisted with all his might. Persevere, persevere, persevere. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian was completely numb. At the same time that his spiritual power was dispersing, his entire body quivered as he came back to his senses. He staggered and barely managed to stabilize himself. It seems like a long time has passed. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slightly caught his breath. Although he didn't know how long he had been staring at the word sword, he felt that it had been a long time since he had last seen it. Elder brother Duan, you're awake? A pleasantly surprised voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses immediately. Without turning his head, he could tell whose voice it was. Tian Wu. After calling out to her, Duan Lingtian turned around and smiled at the lady who was sitting cross-legged not far away. She looked like a fire spirit. Elder brother Duan, you woke up 2 months later than me. Feng, Tianwu sighed faintly. Her breath smelled like orchids. 2 months later than you? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. He could not help but ask, how long did you continue looking at the word sword? With your spiritual power, you should be able to persevere for quite some time, right? I don't know exactly how long I persevered. I only know that I persevered for a month longer than Xiongquan. Feng Tianwu shook her head gently. Her beautiful face was filled with confusion. Young master. At this moment, Xiongquan, who was practicing his sword near the entrance of the canyon, noticed that Duan Lingtian had woken up. A joyful expression appeared on his face that was drenched in sweat. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. A few months have passed in just a blink of an eye. Let's look for an inn in the nearby city to rest for a few days before we depart to the foreign realm. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan followed Duan Lingtian's lead. They did not have any objections. For a time, the three of them left the canyon and looked for an inn in a small city nearby. After washing up, Duan Lingtian slept all the way until noon on the third day. The spiritual power that he had exhausted in the past few months had finally recovered slightly. When he woke up in the afternoon on the third day, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiongquan and went straight to the point. Xiongquan, cooperate with me. Next, I'll use a special method to cleanse your meridians and marrow. While Xiongquan was still in shock and ecstasy, Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual power to completely cleanse Xiongquan's meridians and marrow. Xiongquan was too old. Compared to Yi Xian back then, the difficulty of cleansing his meridians and marrow was much higher. Compared to the time when he cleansed Yi Xian's meridians and marrow, Duan Lingtian's origin energy and spiritual power had improved a lot. Even so, Duan Lingtian still spent a day and a night to completely cleanse Xiongquan's meridians and marrow. Done. After everything was done, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat. The spiritual power that he had just recovered a day ago was completely exhausted. A wave of exhaustion hit him, causing his body to sway slightly. Young master, are you all right? Xiongquan's face changed when he saw Duan Lingtian's current state. I'm fine. I'll just rest for a while. If Tian Wu comes looking for me, just tell her that I might need to rest for another 2 days. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and barely managed to stabilize his body as he said to Xiongquan. Subsequently, he turned around and left Xiongquan's room without saying anything. After returning to his room, he fell into a deep sleep on his bed. He was really too tired. After Duan Lingtian left, Xiongquan sat cross-legged on his bed and muttered to himself in disbelief. Young master was so busy for a day and a night. Can he really help me complete my meridians and marrow cleansing? My innate talent, after taking a deep breath, Xiongquan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. As a former 7th level void prying martial artist, Xiongquan's perception was not weak. He was very clear about his cultivation speed when he absorbed the heaven and earth origin energy. It was precisely because of this that Xiongquan, who had cultivated for more than half an hour, woke up completely with a shudder. His face was filled with disbelief. My innate talent has actually improved. Compared to before, it's improved by more than a few times. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Xiongquan's eyes were wide open, and he did not regain his senses for a long time. When he regained his senses, guilt could not help but appear on his face. Young master was so tired because of me, but I still doubted him. I really shouldn't have. When Duan Lingtian said he was going to cleanse his meridians and marrow, although he did not say anything on the surface, he did not believe it in his heart, because that was simply too inconceivable. He did not do anything but use his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse someone's meridians and marrow. In his opinion, this was something that was almost impossible. However, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. His current innate talent was only improved after Duan Lingtian used his origin energy and spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians and marrow. Young master, Xiongquan, if I dare to doubt you again in the future, I'm not worthy of being a human. Unknowingly, Xiong Quan's eyes were red as he muttered to himself with a serious expression. After muttering to himself for a while, he seemed to feel that this was not enough. He raised his hand and pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to rise into the air. I, Xiong Quan, swear right now, if I doubt young master's words again in the future, I'll let the 99 heavenly tribulation kill me. Xiong Quan was very straightforward as he swore. Moreover, he swore using the tribulation oath that he could not go against. If he went against it, only death would await him. Boom, 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 boom. 9 consecutive claps of thunder sounded in the sky above the small city. Countless people in the small city could not help but look up in shock. 9 claps of thunder. Someone swore the tribulation oath. The tribulation oath is also known as the 99 heavenly tribulation. 9 claps of thunder represent that the oath has been notarized. If the oath is violated, the 99 heavenly tribulation will descend and kill the person who made the oath. It's said that when the lightning punishment descends, even the legendary powerhouses like Emperor Wu can't escape death. I wonder who set up the tribulation of oaths. The small city that was originally as quiet as stagnant water began to boil because of Xiong Quan's oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. It was as though it had regained its vitality overnight. However, all of this did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. No matter how the 9 claps of thunder struck him, he did not wake up at all. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian finally woke up. All he felt was that his head was a little dizzy. I've exhausted too much energy. I'll look for Tianwu and Xiong Quan for a meal before I leave and head to the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. As for the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he did not plan to return this time. After all, it had only been slightly more than a year since he left. Naturally, the most important reason was that his parents were not there. It was meaningless for him to return. It was better for him to make the best use of his time to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. At the same time, I can also search for the foreign lands force that Kerr and Little Fair are in. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. After walking out of the room, Duan Lingtian looked for Feng Tianwu. As for Xiong Quan, he was still cultivating. You're actually at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. I won't disturb you for now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he stood outside Xiong Quan's room. He extended his spiritual energy to investigate Xiong Quan's condition before he turned around and left. Tianwu, let's go and have a meal. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu and left the inn. They found a restaurant nearby and sat down. On the way here, Feng Tianwu had already put on a veil to cover her peerless face. Therefore, she did not attract too much attention. Hey, did you hear? The Crimson Sky Kingdom is going to be destroyed. Chapter 10:29. Crimson Sky Kingdom? About to be annihilated? Duan Lingtian instinctively frowned when he heard this. At the same time, he looked towards the source of the voice, and it was precisely a nearby table of customers that were talking. The customer that spoke was a young man with an evil appearance. Every single word he spoke revealed extreme femininity, and it was extremely like a woman. Using the words of Duan Lingtian from the earth of his previous life, he was a sissy. This was a sissy, a trap. Crimson Sky Kingdom? One of the numerous kingdoms under our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The hometown of the 7-star sword sex #1 expert, Duan Lingtian? There were 2 other young men at the same table as the evil-looking young man, and they were instantly surprised when they heard what the evil-looking young man said. Exactly, it's Duan Lingtian's hometown. The evil-looking young man nodded, and as he spoke, his voice became more feminine. All of you don't know. The reason the Crimson Sky Kingdom is facing a crisis this time is because of that Duan Lingtian. What? The Crimson Sky Kingdom's crisis this time is because of Duan Lingtian. The two of them were greatly shocked. The discussion of the three people at the table didn't intentionally lower their voices, and for a time, it alarmed the other customers in the restaurant. Someone wants to go against the Crimson Sky Kingdom because of Duan Lingtian? It can't be, right? According to my knowledge, when Duan Lingtian annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the Seven-Star Sword Sect, he was already in existence that was close to the void interpretation stage. Even our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family is slightly afraid of him. Yeah. Moreover, not only our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the Darkstone Empire, there's probably only a handful of people that can defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's advantage is that he's young, so the experts of the Darkstone Empire ought to not shed all pretenses with Duan Lingtian. During the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, Duan Lingtian was ranked first. Since that time, he's been the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of our Dark Han Dynasty. Unless such a genius figure can be killed in the cradle. Otherwise, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family wouldn't easily fall out with him. For a moment, the entire restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of the drinkers at every table shifted to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian was still a 7-star sword sect disciple in the past, he'd already become famous in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because he'd suppressed the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Of course, at that time, even though the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had heard of such a figure, most of them didn't take him seriously. In the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were many monstrous geniuses with extraordinary natural talent. However, many of them either died prematurely or had their talents greatly reduced when they were older, becoming mediocre people. Many people did not think that Duan Lingtian could continue to be a monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian later gave these people a resounding slap in the face. Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect and annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. When this news spread out, the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was stirred. The Azure Forest Trisect was a formidable sect formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They first annihilated the Mountain Split sect, then annihilated the 7-star sword sect, and they were like the sun in the midday sky. Their strength could be said to be comparable to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. It was precisely such a sect that was annihilated by Duan Lingtian. Supposedly, the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had all died at the hands of Duan Lingtian alone. The monstrous martial artist that was praised for suppressing the 5 great young masters in the past had annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect after a few years, and it shook the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The heat of this matter hadn't subsided when another shocking news spread out and swept through the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, it pushed Duan Lingtian's reputation to an even higher height. Duan Lingtian had suppressed all the young experts of the Dark Han Dynasty in the Dynasty Martial Competition held by the Dark Han Dynasty and obtained the honor of first place. Since then, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty. When this news spread out, everyone in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom felt proud of Duan Lingtian, because Duan Lingtian had walked out from their Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. What do all of you know? Right when the crowd of customers were in an uproar and were doubting the words of the young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice, the young man grunted coldly. The people who are targeting Duan Lingtian aren't members of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, nor are they members of the Darkstone Empire, nor are they members of the Dark Han Dynasty. Everyone was stunned when they heard the young man. Could it be that it's a member of another dynasty? It's possible. Perhaps Duan Lingtian killed someone from a dynasty during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and the backer of that person killed by Duan Lingtian has come looking for him. Many people couldn't help but guess. A group of pig brains. The young man with an evil appearance and feminine voice couldn't help but laugh in ridicule when he heard these discussions. Right when he caused the crowd to be enraged, he continued, "Use your pig brains to think properly. Even if a member of another dynasty really wants to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, would he dare to make such a big deal out of it? If he dares to make a big deal out of it, then it won't just be a matter between him and Duan Lingtian. The 2 dynasties will shed all pretenses and become enemies." Needless to say, the young man's words were indeed very reasonable, and it calmed the rage of many people. If you know who's going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then quickly say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Some people spoke impatiently. Humph, I don't know exactly who it is as well. The young man grunted once more as he spoke slowly, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by someone laughing in ridicule. "I was wondering how capable you were. So it turns out that you're a fellow with no background. You're the one with a pig brain? You're the one with a pig brain, right? What a waste of my expression." With someone taking the lead, the group of people who were mocked by the young man earlier mocked him back one by one. Their words were not polite at all. Although I don't know exactly who those people are, I'm sure. They're from the foreign lands. Moreover, the reason they haven't made a move yet is because they want to threaten Duan Lingtian to return. They're not going against the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but Duan Lingtian. The Crimson Sky Kingdom is just a bait for Duan Lingtian to take the bait. They want to use the lives of Duan Lingtian's family and friends to force Duan Lingtian to deliver himself to their doorstep. The young man ignored the mockery of the group of people and continued to speak. People from the foreign lands? What did Duan Lingtian do? Don't tell me he slept with the daughter of the leader of the foreign lands, and they brought people here to settle the score? That's really possible. Instantly, the topic of the group of customers in the restaurant changed one by one. They were all guessing how Duan Lingtian provoked the powerhouses from the foreign lands. Some said Duan Lingtian stole someone's treasure. Some said Duan Lingtian killed the illegitimate son of a foreign lands force and was hunted down by the foreign lands force. There were even more ridiculous ones. Some said Duan Lingtian slept with the wife and daughter of a foreign lands force's leader and was hunted down by the foreign lands force's leader to the Dark Han dynasty personally. They were discussing here, but they were completely unaware that the person they were talking about was sitting in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing the discussions in the restaurant, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again and again. It was as if he could not stop. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Could elder brother Duan be from the second-rate force Izumo sect? Feng Tianwu heard everything and could not help but look at Duan Lingtian and ask curiously. It's hard to say. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. It was not only the people from Izumo sect who wanted to deal with him, but there were also people from North Nether sect and Anika sect who would not let him go. Therefore, it was possible that the person who wanted to bait him with the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was from any of the 3 second-rate forces. There's still 5 days. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up in 5 days, those people who want to force him out will start a massacre. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will be bathed in blood. The young man with a sinister appearance and feminine voice continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, he stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips in a slightly intoxicated manner. It'll definitely be an exciting scene. 5 days? The moment the young man's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man. His hand stretched out at lightning speed and grabbed the young man's neck, lifting him up forcefully. You, who are you? The young man's face turned green and white as he was lifted up by the neck. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had appeared before him like a ghost and restrained him with just a wave of his hand. At this moment, he had completely dispelled any thoughts of resistance. The fact that the other party could restrain him so easily and make him regain his senses after he was restrained showed that the other party's strength was far beyond his own. If he resisted stubbornly, he might even enrage the other party. If the other party killed him in a fit of rage, he would not be able to find a place to cry when he reached the Yellow Springs. The other two companions of the young man had grim expressions as well. They'd realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, and they retreated to the distance as they were deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. "Who am I?" Duan Lingtian sneered and looked around the restaurant. His gaze swept past the group of customers in the restaurant as he said, word by word, "I'm the person all of you were talking about earlier." Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. He's Duan Lingtian? I was wondering when such a terrifying young powerhouse appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'm a first-level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate, but I actually couldn't even catch his movements. The idiot that Duan Lingtian grabbed seemed to have said something about the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood would be an exciting scene. Chapter 1030. Most of the customers in the restaurant looked at the young man who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on their faces. In their opinion, this androgynous young man dared to say that the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be filled with blood in front of Duan Lingtian. He was undoubtedly digging his own grave. What? The young man's expression had already changed when he heard Duan Lingtian revealing his identity. Now that the gloating voices around him entered his ears, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. He only regained his senses after a long time. He looked at the purple-clad young man who lifted him up by the neck with fear in his eyes. In the beginning, he could not figure out why the purple-clad young man would target him like this. Now he finally understood. All of this was because he had spoken rudely to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the young man in front of him was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. He was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and had overcome all obstacles in his way. He was not even 30 years old, but he was already widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. "Why, you're Duan Lingtian." The young man's voice was still feminine. However, there was a hint of fear in his voice now. It was the fear he felt when he faced Duan Lingtian. "You said that if I don't appear in front of those people in 5 days, they'll attack the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the young man with a gaze as sharp as a knife. If Duan Lingtian's gaze could kill, the young man would have died at this moment. As Duan Lingtian spoke, everyone, including Feng Tianwu, shifted their gaze to the young man. They were curious about this as well. Why, yes. The young man whose neck was being choked by Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would choke him to death due to his unstable emotions. Therefore, he did not dare to hesitate as he replied, "Tell me everything you know." At some point, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal as he spoke unhurriedly. However, Duan Lingtian's calm voice sounded like the calm before the storm when it entered the ears of the young man who was lifted up by the neck. At some point, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His cheeks couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young man with a sinister appearance and a feminine voice began to speak of everything he knew without holding back, including why he knew these things. It turned out that he'd found out about all of this from a distant relative from the Darkstone Empire not long ago. 2 months ago, those people arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, intending to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom's safety to force me out. The Darkstone Empire and Darkstone Empire have already spread the news that those people want to use the Crimson Sky Kingdom to force me out. 2 months ago, those people threatened that they would only give me 2 months' time. If I still didn't appear after 2 months, they would annihilate the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. He did not expect this at all. The existence that was suspected to be one of the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert had come to the Darkhan dynasty and the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 months ago. A dignified second-rate force in the foreign lands is actually so despicable, using my hometown as a hostage to force me out. A cold gleam flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that could reap the lives of others at any time. For a moment, the group of customers in the restaurant, other than Feng Tianwu and the young man who was being lifted up by the neck, retreated as they looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with panic in their eyes. They were really worried that Duan Lingtian would suddenly attack them. Perhaps Duan Lingtian was younger than them. However, Duan Lingtian's combat strength was far from what his age could compare to. It caused fear to rise from the bottom of their hearts. What a joke! 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian had killed the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect by himself, causing the Azure Forest Trisect to become a part of history. Not to mention that 2 years had passed, and no one knew how much Duan Lingtian's strength had grown to. Even the Duan Lingtian from 2 years ago was far from what they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I've already told you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. The young man who realized the danger and had an extremely pale expression held his breath as he begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had finally recovered from his shock. At the same time, he looked at the young man who was being held by the neck and ceaselessly begging for mercy, and his gaze was extremely cold and indifferent. Some words, once spoken, you have to pay the price. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently with a calm tone that seemed as if it did not contain any emotions. But the people present could still hear the rage in Duan Lingtian's words. No. Just as the young man's pupils shrank and his expression changed greatly, Duan Lingtian suddenly released the young man's hand that was choking him. Immediately after, he moved as fast as lightning. His palm swept out as if it had the help of the gods and imprinted on the young man's lower abdomen. Bang! The young man did not have time to stabilize his body before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's palm and violently slammed into one of the walls of the restaurant. Wah! The young man was covered in blood. As he slid down the wall, his face flushed red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. My Yuanli, you're so ruthless, so ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian. The young man's expression was blank for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a demon and let out a mournful roar. When the group of spectators heard this, their expressions changed and they looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. In this world where martial arts were respected and the strong were respected, crippling a person's cultivation was, to a certain extent, even more painful than killing them. This is the price you have to pay for speaking nonsense. Duan Lingtian's tone was cold. From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the young man. Tianwu, let's go. Duan Lingtian did not even have time to eat before he called out to Feng Tianwu and disappeared into thin air before the group of spectators. Naturally, he did not really disappear into thin air. Instead, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the group of spectators in the restaurant to catch him. At the same time, the group of spectators in the restaurant only saw a red light flash before their eyes. The red-clad masked woman who was sitting next to Duan Lingtian earlier also disappeared into thin air. How fast! Soon after, someone could not help but exclaim with a shocked expression on his face. It's been 2 years. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian's strength has already broken through to the void interpretation stage. It was unknown who said this, but someone guessed. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people. Unfortunately, someone failed miserably. Not only did he speak ill of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he actually dared to do it in front of Duan Lingtian. Exactly. Doesn't he know that the Crimson Sky Kingdom is Duan Lingtian's hometown? Perhaps he never dreamed that Duan Lingtian was right beside him when he spoke of the Crimson Sky Kingdom being bathed in blood. The group of spectators in the restaurant discussed with mockery and ridicule, and it entered the ears of the young man who had just been helped up by his two companions. Barf! For a moment he was angered to the point he spat out another mouthful of blood. His vision turned black as he fainted. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what happened in the restaurant. After he left the restaurant, he left the small city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A figure flashed through the sky like a flame and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Soon, they were walking side by side with Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, are you going back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom now? Feng Tianwu had once returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Duan Lingtian, so it was easy to see that Duan Lingtian was heading in the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Yes, Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but there seemed to be some haze between his brows. Crimson Sky Kingdom, that was his hometown in this life, and its importance in his heart was not inferior to that of Earth in his previous life. Although his parents had already left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were still many things he cared about in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Family and friends. In his previous life, he was unreachable. In this life, he could easily obtain them. No matter what, I will absolutely not let anything happen to them because of me. Otherwise, I will not be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. At this moment, numerous familiar figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, Tianhu, Li Xian. There was also a group of elders who had helped him a lot in the past. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom really flowed with blood because of him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So he made a decision without the slightest hesitation, a decision of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading towards the tiger's mountain. Duan Lingtian was temporarily unable to predict the outcome of this decision, but he knew that this decision would definitely be extremely dangerous. I only hope that the Devil's Seal tablet will not drop the ball at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. He had already made a crazy decision. At the critical moment, he would not hesitate to use the Devil's Seal tablet to annihilate the people from the second-rate forces. However, when this thought arose in his mind, he was slightly uncertain in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened before he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet and killed the 6 Great Void Transformation Stage elders of Skywolf Fort in one go. He remembered. At that time, Tamu had blocked the attack of one of the Skywolf Fort elders for him and died. He was completely enraged because of this. However, even though he was enraged with his strength at that time, not to mention taking revenge for Tamu, even protecting himself was a problem. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring acting strangely. When his consciousness touched the Devil Seal tablet in the spatial ring, a voice sounded. A voice seemed to enter his ears. It was a voice filled with temptation, a voice that originated from the demon sealing tombstone. Let me out. I can give you endless power. Duan Lingtian could still remember that voice, clearly even now. It was precisely because of that voice that he took out the Devil Seal tablet, and an extremely strange black energy emerged from the Devil Seal tablet. When his hand touched the Devil Seal tablet, the black energy began to merge into his body and even into his soul. Chapter 1031. Due to this reason, he could be said to have been devilified passively. If he had taken the initiative, he was not sure if the Devil Seal tablet would have cooperated or not. It was not that he did not think of trying it in private. However, it would be fine if he failed. If he succeeded, he would have to endure the aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet again. He might even fall into a coma for a while. He still remembered that after he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet, not only did he run to the eastern district of the northern desert, but he was also unconscious for a long time. That time, he was lucky enough to meet Yi Xian. If it was someone else, they might have killed him out of greed for the spatial ring on his hand. The spatial ring would only recognize him as its owner if he was killed. If he tried to test the Devil's Seal tablet in private and passed out, not to mention where he would run off to, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would be in big trouble by the time he woke up. It doesn't matter if the Devil's Seal tablet devilifies me or not. I must return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom this time. I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I should bear the responsibility alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he exuded the aura of an iron-blooded man. In the past, he had risked defending Izumo sect, a second-rate force in the northern desert, to kill Lei Zhong in front of everyone. He was already prepared to be hunted down by Izumo sect and had even thought of a way out. In order not to implicate the Five-Element sect, he even publicly announced that he was leaving the sect. As for his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never thought about it at all. Perhaps he subconsciously thought that second-rate forces like Izumo sect, Anika sect, and North Nether sect would not bother with a small country like the Crimson Sky Kingdom that stood at the bottom of the food chain on Cloud Continent. However, it seemed like even second-rate forces in the foreign lands would do anything to achieve their goals. Now that it had happened, Duan Lingtian did not think about whether he regretted it or not. He only knew that what he had to do now was to get rid of this trouble. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life in exchange for the safety of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A man should be brave enough to bear his own responsibility. If you're a man, you should protect your home. As a man, he shouldn't let his friends and family get hurt. Duan Lingtian was a man, an upright man. Therefore, he returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With his stubbornness and pride, he returned with a straight back. Crimson Sky Kingdom, Imperial City. Within the inner city, the place that occupied the most space was undoubtedly the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The current Imperial Palace was completely different from the Imperial Palace of the past. It was less lively and more dispirited. The guards standing everywhere were listless and dejected. Since the arrival of these 4 people 2 months ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the Emperor was placed under house arrest. Then, the Divine Might Marquis was also captured and locked up together with the Emperor. Subsequently, the young experts of the Shao clan, Shao Yu and Shao Sun, were captured one by one. It was even to the extent that even the Li clan disciple, Li Xian, who was in the faraway Aurora City, was captured. These people all had one thing in common. They had a close relationship with the commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. In the current Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said that there was no one who did not know about Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Duan Lingtian participating in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty and obtaining first place spread to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the entire kingdom was in an uproar. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a small kingdom. The most powerful person that appeared in its history only held an official position in the Darkstone Empire. It was not even related to the Dark Han dynasty. However, now that someone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom had become the #1 person in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty and was publicly acknowledged by the entire Dark Han dynasty, how could they not be excited? For a time, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, as long as they were parents, almost all of them would teach their children to be a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian in the future. As for the younger generation, each and every one of them took Duan Lingtian as their idol and took Duan Lingtian's current achievements as the goal they pursued in their lives. As for the middle-aged and elderly people, whenever Duan Lingtian was mentioned, They would give him a thumbs up and smile from ear to ear. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly become the spiritual pillar of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens. However, just when Duan Lingtian's reputation was at its boiling point, for people from unknown origins came and asked Duan Lingtian to come out. Otherwise, they would start a massacre and annihilate the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Most importantly, they had suppressed the Crimson Sky Kingdom's most powerful imperial family and the divine Might Marquis estate. After the news spread, it caused the Crimson Sky Kingdom's citizens in the surrounding areas of the imperial city to be in a state of panic. It had only been close to 2 months. If it was half a year, the news would definitely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and cause the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be in a state of panic. Divine Might Marquis estate in the audience hall. What should we do now? Those 4 powerhouses are really too terrifying. Revered Elder Shao was a first-level void prying stage martial artist, but he was instantly killed by one of the middle-aged men. Most importantly, that person seemed to be the little follower of the sturdy old man in the lead. When a red-clad old man spoke up to this point, a heartfelt fear appeared on his face. Then he looked at the old man who was sitting at the head of the table. "Senior Marquis, what should we do now? Tomorrow, not only will His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis be executed by them, I'm afraid even we won't be able to escape death." When the red-clad old man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with fear and anxiety. "You saw that person make a move. Based on your estimation, what level is he at?" The senior Marquis, who was the previous Divine Might Marquis, Niarong, asked solemnly. "I'm ashamed to say this. When he made a move, I didn't even have time to react, let alone see his movements. In my eyes, it was more like Revered Elder Shao fell silently. The red-clad old man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Even if it was an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, you wouldn't be unable to react even if you couldn't see his movements. It seems like that person is at least at the void interpretation stage or above." Nyat Rong said solemnly, "That's the only explanation. Moreover, since they're looking for trouble with Little Tian, I'm sure they know Little Tian very well." At this moment, the woman beside Nyarong said with a solemn expression, "A few years ago, when the Dark Han dynasty held the martial competition, Little Tian won first place with his cultivation base at the 9th level void initiation stage. Now, Little Tian must have broken through to the void interpretation stage. They must know about all of this. Under such circumstances, they still dare to look for trouble with Little Tian. Their strength is most likely at the void interpretation stage or above." The woman was Meng Ping, the sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Flying Rainbow Sect. She who was originally in closed-door cultivation had just come out not long ago. When she found out that her son was imprisoned, she who was burning with anxiety immediately rushed back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. She had just rushed back this morning. Void interpretation stage. Meng Ping's words were even more convincing. Not only did the red-clad old man's expression turn grim, even the expressions of the other middle-aged man and young man changed slightly. The middle-aged man was precisely the dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Changfeng. He was also Duan Lingtian's teacher in Paladin Academy. The young man was precisely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Junior Marquis Niafen. The current Niafen was like his name, burning with anxiety. "Grandmother, if they're really void interpretation stage experts, then wouldn't Father and His Majesty be finished?" Niafen said with an unsightly expression. As soon as Niafen said this, the audience hall fell into deathly silence. Unknowingly, Niarong and Meng Ping's eyes were filled with traces of mist. It was the mist that rose after their tears were evaporated by origin energy. The Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan was their son. Their son was captured and was about to face a life and death crisis. As his parents, it was naturally impossible for them not to be anxious. Tomorrow is the day they make their move. The red-clad old man paced back and forth anxiously. Until now, we still haven't received any news related to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian doesn't return, then not only His Majesty and the Divine Might Marquis, but even we would be doomed. Little Tian might not be in the Dark Han dynasty now. Niefan laughed bitterly. Even if he's in the Dark Han dynasty and knows of this matter, unless he has the confidence to deal with those 4 people, otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to return. The red-clad old man laughed bitterly. Impossible. Little Tian isn't such a person. Niefan spoke resolutely and decisively. From his words, he was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian's character. Noticing that the atmosphere had become slightly strange after he spoke, the old man recalled that besides him, everyone present had a deep relationship with Duan Lingtian. I didn't mean that. What I meant was that perhaps he felt that it was useless even if he returned, so he didn't return. But he surely has the intention of taking revenge for us. The red-clad old man corrected himself. However, he soon realized that the other 4 people did not pay any attention to him. It was as though they did not hear him at all. Of course, the 4 of them did not intentionally ignore him. Their gazes were fixed behind him. Their eyes shone brightly as though they had discovered a new continent. "Who's there?" Curious, the old man turned around. With just a glance, he saw 2 people standing at the entrance of the main hall. There was a purple-clad young man who looked to be around 25 years old. The other was a red-clad young woman whose face was covered by a veil. However, from her brows, one could see that she was around 20 years old. "Who are you?" The old man frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, the 2 people at the entrance ignored him and walked into the main hall. Just when the old man was about to fly into a rage, a voice entered his ears. At the same time, it dispelled his thoughts and caused him to feel a lingering fear. "Little Tian." Chapter 1032. Big Brother Nya. The people who walked into the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate were the travel-worn Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Niefan and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Niefan, the son of the Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan, had taken care of him when he was young. He had always been grateful to Nieyuan. This point didn't change just because he possessed the strength to look down upon everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Grandpa Nya, Grandma Meng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man sitting at the head seat and the woman beside the old man. "Little Tian, when did you return?" The old man was the Divine Might Marquis Estates, Senior Marquis Nyarong. Even though he was worried about his son's safety, he still had an incomparably brilliant smile on his face when he looked at the uninvited guest before him. Whoosh! Not only that, the Senior Marquis left his seat at the same time and warmly welcomed the guest. Meng Ping, who was originally standing beside him, followed up to welcome the guest, and she squeezed out a smile that contained a trace of bitterness. "Little Tian, are you confident?" Meng Ping went straight to the point. Seeing Duan Lingtian return in time, she could naturally guess that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of those 4 experts. Those 4 experts were going to kill her son tomorrow and even annihilate the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was no coincidence that Duan Lingtian returned in time at such a sensitive time. As soon as Meng Ping said this, Nyarong, Niefan, Sima, and the red-clothed old man all looked at Duan Lingtian. "Teacher." After Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically to Meng Ping, he didn't answer her for the time being and instead looked at Sima as he greeted him. Meng Ping didn't mind when she saw this. Not only did she not mind, but her impression of Duan Lingtian increased greatly in her heart instead. With Duan Lingtian's current achievements and status, it was extremely rare for him to not forget his roots. Seeing Duan Lingtian take the initiative to greet him, Sima Chongfeng was somewhat flattered. Even though he and Duan Lingtian were master and disciple when they were still at Paladin Academy, they weren't actually master and disciple. Today, Duan Lingtian's strength and achievements had left him far behind, but he still hadn't forgotten the friendship between them, and it caused his heart to be filled with warmth. Duan Lingtian, the thing I'm most proud of in my life isn't breaking through to the void prying stage all those years ago, nor is it becoming the dean of Paladin Academy. Instead, it's forming a relationship of master and disciple with you. Sima Chongfeng took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he said with a serious face. Sima Chongfeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, without a single word of falsehood. Although he was the dean of Paladin Academy, he had never exposed his identity in front of the students. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Paladin Academy. On the contrary, he did his duty to Paladin Academy. For this reason, he didn't even hesitate to appear in Paladin Academy with the identity of an ordinary teacher. In the academy, besides the vice dean, no one knew of his true identity. He still remembered that year he became the teacher of the new students as usual. When school had just started, a student that stood out like a crane among chickens appeared in his field of vision. At that time, he realized that this student wasn't simple and that his future accomplishments would be great. But as time passed, he realized that he'd still underestimated that student. That seemingly meek student had caused one enormous trouble after another in Paladin Academy. If that student had died because of revenge, he wouldn't have found it strange. But the result had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Not only did that student live well, he lived a more comfortable life than anyone else. Later on, the battle strategy that student displayed caused him to be even more ashamed. He knew that even if it was him, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to occupy a border city guarded by the Southern Champion Kingdom's army without expending a single soldier. Master Xiang, hiding behind curtain, strategizing, and annihilating the enemy with a casual chat. All of this was accomplished by that student. He originally thought that as the most outstanding student in Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, that student would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future and expand the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But never had he imagined that. That student chose to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and even entered the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. After that, shocking news entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered his ears, causing him to be shocked repeatedly, annihilating the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilding the 7-Star Sword Sect with his own strength, participating in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition and obtaining first place, becoming the publicly acknowledged #1 expert in the younger generation of the Dark Han Dynasty. Not yet 30 years old, but his cultivation had most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. That student of his was precisely the violet-clothed young man that stood before him. Duan Lingtian. Teacher, you're too kind. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. No matter what my current cultivation is or where I am, Duan Lingtian, you're my teacher for life. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression when he heard Sima Chongfeng's emotional words that came from the bottom of his heart. Commander Duan is at a high position, yet you're able to not forget your roots. It's truly rare. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the red-clothed old man at the side had already finished speaking, and he flattered Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian look at him after hearing what he said, he instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This Commander Duan has finally noticed me? This Commander Duan was a great figure that had made a name for himself in the Dark Han Dynasty and had gone to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Commander Duan was delighted in his heart when he heard what the red-clothed old man said. Perhaps he would reward the red-clothed old man with 7 or 8 high-grade medicinal pills, or even 1 or 2 high-grade spirit weapons. Commander Duan. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who looked over, the red-clothed old man had an indescribable feeling of excitement. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian rewarding him with medicinal pills and spirit weapons. But in next to no time, the smile on his face froze. "Do I know you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the red-clothed old man nonchalantly and asked word by word. That one sentence alone caused the red-clothed old man's face to turn red. His gaping mouth could no longer make any sound. It was as though someone was strangling his throat tightly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping under the shocked gazes of the others. "Grandma Meng, about that matter, I don't have any confidence." It was obvious that Duan Lingtian was answering Meng Ping's earlier question. Meng Ping had previously asked if he had any confidence in dealing with the person who wanted to kill her son and destroy the Crimson Sky Kingdom tomorrow. Duan Lingtian's words were the truth. If he could take the initiative to ask the Devil Seal tablet to devilify him, he was 100% confident. However, if he could not, it would be the opposite. He had no confidence at all. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of Meng Ping and the others, it caused their expressions to change. Even Feng Tianwu's expression changed slightly when she realized what she was worried about was about to happen. Her elder brother Duan was going to take the risk to deal with the powerhouse from Izumo sect. The reason Feng Tianwu thought Izumo sect was looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian was because she knew Duan Lingtian had offended Izumo sect. If she knew Duan Lingtian had offended the second-rate force, North Nether sect, whose strength was not inferior to Izumo sect, at the same time Anika sect might even make a move on him because they coveted the Emperor Stage profundity fragment that might be in his possession. Perhaps she would not think that way. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not know which of the three major second-rate forces in the northern desert was looking for trouble with him. "You don't have confidence? Then why did you come back this time?" Meng Ping asked after taking a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Since they're looking for me and I know about this matter, I can't possibly hide, right?" If he hid, he would not be Duan Lingtian. Fool! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Nia Rong's expression changed immediately. For the first time, he shouted at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was completely shocked by Nia Rong's agitation. "Little Tian, if you're not confident, then leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Meng Ping took a deep breath again. She seemed to have made up her mind as she told Duan Lingtian. In fact, she knew very well in her heart. If Duan Lingtian did not show up tomorrow, the four powerhouses with unknown origins would definitely kill her son. However, she could not exchange Duan Lingtian's life for her son's life. If it was not for Duan Lingtian, she might have been imprisoned, let alone take over the Flying Hong sect. That was what she owed Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it wasn't only she who owed Duan Lingtian a favor. Even her husband similarly owed Duan Lingtian a life. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian removing the poison of the dark nether mink for her husband, it would be impossible for her husband to live until now. This won't do. If he leaves, then we'll all die. The red-clothed old man's face went grim as he spoke in panic. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten how terrifying Duan Lingtian was before the threat of death. But unfortunately, even if he was hysterical, he was still completely disregarded by the others. "Little Tian, you leave." Nia Rong seemed to have instantly aged a few years as he sighed. As parents, how could they disregard the life and death of their children? But if it required Duan Lingtian's life in exchange for his son's life, then he was really unable to do it. "Yeah, little Tian, if my father was here, he would surely not allow you to take such a risk." Even though Niefen was worried about his father's safety, he understood his father's character even more. Once his father knew that something had happened to Duan Lingtian because of him, His father would surely not be able to accept it. With his father's violent temper, even if he knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he would surely spare no expense to take revenge for him. At that time, his father would still be unable to escape death. Sima stood at the side and did not speak. With his position, it was indeed not good for him to say anything. Grandpa Nya, Grandma Meng, Big Brother Nya, don't worry, I know what to do. Hearing the words of the 3 Nya clan members, Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm as he spoke with a light smile. After he finished speaking, before the 3 of them could react, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The 3 Nya clan members, Sima Changfeng and the red-clothed old man, did not have time to react before Feng Tianwu vanished into thin air as well. From beginning to end, the 3 of them did not have time to react. Chapter 1033. Nia Rong and Meng Ping looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Only a martial artist at the void interpretation stage or above was capable of vanishing into thin air before their eyes, and it was impossible for them to capture the slightest trace of the martial artist. Moreover, the martial artist was not an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. Although they had guessed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base might have broken through to the void interpretation stage, they were still shocked when they saw it. When they saw it with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked, especially when they realized Duan Lingtian was not just a martial artist at the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Little Tian, he's at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Nya Rong looked at his wife and asked through voice transmission. It was as though he wanted to prove his guess through his wife's mouth. He should be. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to come and go without a trace in front of me. Moreover, it's not just little Tian. Even the red-clad woman with a veil next to him should be at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above. Meng Ping nodded. Her tone was solemn when she finished speaking through voice transmission. In that case, little Tian came back prepared this time? But why did he say he wasn't confident? Regarding this point, Nya Rong could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps little Tian knows about those 4 people and knows they're stronger than him. Meng Ping said, "Then what should we do now? If something happens to little Tian, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life." Nya Rong's expression was grave. "Now, we can't interfere anymore. Based on what little Tian said before he left, it's obvious he has a plan that we can't interfere with." A bitter smile appeared on Meng Ping's face. "Now, we can only hope he can deal with those 4 powerhouses who came from nowhere. Otherwise, not only our son, but even he would be doomed." Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures that were as fast as lightning dove into the Imperial Palace. Wherever they passed, they set off waves of evil wind and alerted many Imperial Palace guards. However, these Imperial Palace guards could only feel the wind. They could not see the 2 figures that were as fast as lightning. "Elder Brother Duan, do you know where they're imprisoned?" The 2 figures arrived at the depths of the Imperial Palace in just a blink of an eye. One of them could not help but ask the other in a soft and pleasant voice. It was a woman's voice. Just by the voice alone, one could tell it was of rare beauty. "I don't know, but someone must know." The other person's voice was calm but magnetic as he replied, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" Not long after, the person's figure, the Imperial Palace, lifted a few guards in front of a few people, a few guards who was stunned. When the guard came back to his senses and saw the person who had knocked out his companions, his eyes lit up and his cheeks began to tremble. He asked excitedly, "Your Commander Duan?" Duan, the person that attacked, was precisely Duan Lingtian, who had snuck into the Imperial Palace after leaving the divine Marquis estate. Duan Tian's expression when he's A's Duan's he's is at Duan. Commander Duan, perhaps you don't know me, but I know you. The guard had an excited expression as he said, That year I was a student of Paladin Academy Star General Department that was a few years older than you, and I'd once witnessed with my own 2 eyes how Commander Duan commanded the army of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to capture a border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom without expending a single soldier. That battle has already been recorded in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's all thanks to you that I was able to witness that part of history. The guard's voice started to tremble as he spoke. Duan, Commander Duan, after that battle, I've taken you as my idol. Idol? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He did not expect that a guard he casually left behind would not only recognize him, but even take him as his idol. Whoosh! A fiery red figure silently descended before Duan Lingtian. Currently, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face. The appearance of her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to cause everything around her to pale in comparison. However, even so, the guard only casually glanced at Feng Tianwu before looking at Duan Lingtian again. The excitement in his heart was difficult to conceal. I want to ask, do you know where the divine Might Marquis and the others are being imprisoned? Duan Lingtian looked at the guard and his expression became extremely serious. Of course. It's fine if you don't know or don't want to tell me. However, I'll knock you out and ask someone else. I know. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the guard nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He seemed to be afraid that Duan Lingtian would get impatient from waiting. The divine Might Marquis and His Majesty are being imprisoned in the Imperial Palace's dungeon. Dungeon? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but frown. He had been to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace many times. However, every time he came, he would go straight to the throne room to see the Emperor. Therefore, he did not know where the dungeon was. Commander Duan, I'll bring you there. The guard seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's dilemma and quickly said, I know where the dungeon is. You'll bring me there? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the guard to be so bold. After all, the Imperial Palace was no longer under the control of the former emperor. Instead, it was under the control of one of the powerhouses from the 3 great second-rate forces in the northern desert. Commander Duan, don't make fun of me. Actually, although the group of brothers in the Imperial Palace have surrendered, they're still on His Majesty's side in their hearts. Apart from being strong, those 4 people are a bunch of lunatics. They even said that if you don't show up tomorrow, not only will they kill His Majesty, the Divine Might Marquis and the others, but they'll also kill us and everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. The guard's face was filled with rage when he spoke up to this point. They're talking nonsense about annihilating a kingdom. They really think they're the judges who control life and death. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, bring us there. Duan Lingtian did not say much and spoke bluntly. All right. The guard hurriedly nodded and brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the west of the Imperial Palace. In the west, in a remote and dilapidated palace, there was a large number of soldiers guarding it. That's the dungeon. There's a stone slab in the center of the encirclement they've formed. If you lift the stone slab, you'll see a stone staircase that leads underground. The dungeon is at the bottom of the staircase. The guard hid at the side as he explained to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian nodded and swept his cold gaze across the guards guarding the dungeon. A murderous intent appeared on his face. In his opinion, these guards were usually fed by the emperor, but they were unreliable at critical moments. They helped outsiders imprison the emperor, who provided them with food and drink. They were truly ungrateful people. These people deserve to be killed. Commander Duan, it's actually not easy for everyone. If they don't do as those 4 lunatics say, not only them, but even their entire families won't be able to escape death. The guard smiled wryly. What? The guard's words shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his eyes gleamed coldly. Those people actually dared to threaten all of you like that? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely enraged. He really wanted to know which of the three great second-rate forces in the northern desert was capable of doing such a thing. However, Duan Lingtian had an idea when he heard the guard's words. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly on the stone slab that led to the dungeon. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of bodies falling to the ground reverberated in the air. It turned out that the 20-plus guards guarding the dungeon were all knocked out and defeated by Duan Lingtian. When the guard who was hiding at the side saw this, his eyes narrowed. In his eyes, Commander Duan, whom he admired the most, had disappeared before his eyes and reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the 20-plus guards had all fallen. What kind of technique was this? Among all the powerhouses I've seen in my life, apart from Commander Duan, I'm afraid only those 4 lunatics have such strength. Even a void-prying stage martial artist would find it difficult to do this. The guard muttered to himself solemnly. Soon after, his eyes narrowed again. This was because he noticed that the red-clothed girl who was originally standing beside him had disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye. At the same time, she appeared beside the purple figure in the distance. Subsequently, he saw the stone slab that blocked the entrance of the dungeon being lifted up. Both of them flew in together and disappeared before his eyes again. That girl, she actually has such terrifying strength. The guard's breathing could not help but quicken. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had entered the dungeon as well. There were still some other guards in the dungeon. However, under their attacks, all of them were knocked out one by one without exception. In front of the 2 of them, these mere guards of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace were nothing. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived in front of a huge dungeon. Inside, there were 5 people sitting cross-legged. 2 middle-aged men and 3 young men were cultivating wholeheartedly with their eyes closed. They were completely oblivious to everything that was happening around them. Are we in a dungeon? Duan Lingtian did not wake the 5 of them up for the time being. His eyes scanned the dungeon, and soon he saw a plate filled with fine wine and delicacies that was not far away from the 5 of them. Even the prison cell that the 5 of them were in was shockingly clean. It could be described with the word spotless. Looks like that guard was right. These guards are not sincerely working for those few people, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Li Xian. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on one of them. It was a fatty. Moreover, it was a fatty that he was very familiar with. That fat face and that figure were the same as before. Those fellows really put in a lot of effort. Even Li Xian, who was far away in Aurora City, was captured by them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Right at this moment, Li Xian's fat face trembled as if he had noticed something. He opened his small eyes. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.